Chapter 2049. When the sea hare woke up from his afternoon nap with satisfaction, he saw through the porthole that the sky above the harbor was exceptionally beautiful. Pieces of burning clouds were constantly surging, and he could even feel a trace of heat. At dusk, the burning clouds could actually burn him to the point where he could feel the heat. The sea hare flipped over and rushed to the deck, only to see raging flames surging in one direction of the harbor. The flames soared high, and everywhere there was a crowd of people running like wolves and rushing like boars. They were shouting for water while using buckets to put out the fire. It was a mess. What was going on? Looking at the direction, it seemed to be the direction of the seahorse house, but he could not see clearly. The harbor of Zhongsha Island was very prosperous, and there were rows upon rows, blocking his line of sight. It had nothing to do with him, so he just leaned on the side of the ship to watch the excitement. As he watched, a familiar figure rushed over, and one after another, the other crew members on the ship returned. Not only were there the original old people, but there were also more than 20 newly recruited sailors. The sea hare smiled as he watched the sea hare rush to the deck and angrily walk towards him. He did not know that he was going to die, so he showed an innocent smile, but he was pushed into the cabin by the sea widow, who scolded him. "I'll get you two into trouble. After doing such a big thing, you still have the mood to sleep here and watch the excitement." The sea hare was very aggrieved. "What big thing? What does it have to do with me? Big sister, you can't invert black and white, and slander people." The sea widow reached out and grabbed the hare's ear. "Didn't you go to the seahorse house this morning to smash and rob? The entire third floor was almost torn down by you. Countless legs and arms were injured, and you dare say that you didn't do it?" The sea hare looked indifferent. "Isn't it just a fight? Who doesn't have an impulsive time? But I didn't set the fire, and I didn't kill anyone. I already restrained myself. Isn't such a situation very common in a place like the harbor?" The sea widow was somewhat flustered. "You didn't set the fire, but you made a bad start. That Mu Bei came back at noon and heard about it. As a result, he went to the seahorse house again and smashed it again. People found people to stop him, but he directly killed them. He killed until the seahorse house flowed with blood. That's not all. Before he left, he set the house on fire and burned it clean. You said that this has nothing to do with you?" The sea rabbit was a little stunned. "Isn't this guy too reckless? This wasn't me who encouraged him to go, it was him who went crazy. What's more, big sister, you also know about my relationship with him. How could he possibly listen to me? Perhaps it was instigated by those dancers." After they suffered a loss, they felt embarrassed and started gossiping in front of their gigolo to fan the flames. Seeing Widow Hai's anxious face, he was very concerned. "Why don't we go over and pretend to help put out the fire? At the very least, it was an attitude. We can't let people think that the people on the Great Rock are unreasonable. We also have compassion." Sea Widow stomped her feet in anger. "You're going to extinguish the fire? Or were they there to gloat? Aren't you afraid that others will blame it on you and vent their anger on your life?" The sea hare smiled. "Taking it out on me? They had to have the ability to do so. At worst, I'll do what Mu Bei did again. Do you think I can't kill people?" Sea Widow Hai was bitter and turned to leave. The sea hare was still shouting behind her. "Big sister, where are you going?" Sea Widow Hai didn't even look back. "Gather people and run. This old lady is dead because of you two troublemakers. Don't even think about resupplying from this sea region in the future." The Great Rock quickly gathered the sailors and fled under the cover of the night. Fortunately, most of their supplies had been replenished, and there was nothing too urgent to wait for. The pursuers from Zhongsha port arrived somewhat late, not because they were slow, but because a portion of the origin power experts at the port had their limbs broken, and a portion of them had gone to see the King of Hell. With these two vicious people on the Great Rock, no one dared to rashly stop them unless they gathered enough strength and found a comparable expert. They could only watch as the Great Rock left, and they didn't even have the courage to chase after them. In the chaotic order, the bigger fist was the rule. The sea hare looked at the sullen Sea Widow Hai and patted her with a round of meaty waves. "Why are you so worried? By the time they understand, places like this will only be more afraid of the Great Rock. I can guarantee that this will leave an impression in Zhongsha that won't be erased for decades. This is a good thing. Sea Widow Hai turned her back to him. The next time we dock, neither of you can think about getting off the ship and having fun. The great rock once again set out on its journey. Because of this turn, they would be delayed for at least a month, but it was all worth it. At the very least, everyone had recovered from the sea ghost attack. Why did you have to kill those people? There was no need at all. After arriving at the passenger cabin, he couldn't help but look for this cruel fellow again. This person definitely had a lot of secrets, a lot of stories. This was his intuition. Uncharacteristically, Mubei opened his mouth this time. The dancers did the right thing, because those Evilders won't hold a grudge because of this transaction. My method is also correct, because those who hold a grudge are already dead, and the others will at least restrain themselves for a period of time. You're the only one who can do this. Do you think that these disabled people will turn over a new leaf? No, they will only become worse. You helped one, but you left behind a hidden danger for countless passengers who will stay at Zhongsha port in the future. They will only be more hidden, more cruel. Sea Hare didn't refute, because his decision was actually a compromise, a collision of ideas between his former self and his current self. In fact, in his life, he really hadn't killed anyone. But his new idea required him to kill, so there was the scene at Seahorse Tower. He knew that maybe Mubei and his current idea was right, but he needed time to adapt. So far, his behavior had been natural, conforming to the sudden change in his mind, feeling that it was more pleasant to do things this way, more in line with his nature, but he really wanted to know why. The change came too suddenly, so suddenly that as long as it was a normal person, they would doubt the root cause of all this. He wasn't swayed by those strange thoughts. He was still struggling and resisting. After obtaining certain abilities, he still wanted to know the reason behind them. In the past 20 years, his life experience was too pale, and he didn't have the opportunity to see and understand the deep things of human nature. He needed time, he needed to slowly break in, before he could truly integrate his former self and his current self into one. Mubei looked at him with great interest. Are you confused? Do you need me to give you some advice? I have a lot of stories in my life, it's like I've been dreaming. But the premise is that you have to fight with me. Fight once, if you don't die, I will tell you one of my stories, but I want to remind you that my only purpose in fighting is to kill the other side, and you are no exception. Since we have fought twice, I will pay the interest first. First, I will tell you 2 stories. If you are interested, can you decide whether to continue? Well, what should I tell you? First, tell me the story of a phoenix, then tell me the story of a fox. Chapter 2050. The Rock embarked on a new voyage. Among the sailors that Sea Widow had recruited this time, there was also an experienced lookout to partner with Uncle Shrimp. This was to free up the people that Sea Widow had recruited. Her purpose was to keep this powerful fighter by her side so that she could deal with possible dangers at any time. Danger was everywhere, not only from the sea, but also from inside the Dopeng. The main problem was the new 20 sailors, which was unavoidable. When a ship recruited a large number of people, especially those who were not familiar with them, Sea Widow was limited by the situation of the Dopeng, so she had to recruit people halfway in the Middle Sand Island. What kind of sailors could come from such a place? She did not have time to screen, especially because of the quarrel between the two at the end. There was no other way. She hadn't come to Zhongsha for many years, so she relied on her old connections to gather sailors. If she relied on herself to recruit people, she wouldn't be able to find anyone she liked in a few months, so she didn't have to worry. These sailors were gathered through an intermediary, the Maritime Merchant Union. She was very clear that her old connections wouldn't be of much use. In a place like Zhongsha Island, the darkness didn't only lie in those despicable places, but also in organizations like the Maritime Merchant Union. But for a foreign ship, without the Sea Merchant Union, she could not even recruit a single person. This was the reason why she had to free Sea Hare. Mubei was also very powerful, but he was a guest, so she was not qualified to give orders. Alas, during this voyage, she had to feed Sea Hare carrot. It did not matter, she was not disgusted, especially when she felt that sea hare was becoming more and more like a real man. If the Dopeng eventually became a husband and wife, she would have no objection, but she knew that this guy's ambition was not here. With her age, she could not keep such a person, so she could only take one step at a time. Sea hare had been living a very comfortable life since the beginning of the new voyage. He had the title of bosun, but in reality, he was an adulterous gigolo. This was known by everyone on the ship, just like Mu Bei, who stayed in the dancer's cabin all day long. The old people had no objection to this, because they had personally experienced the strength of these two people. In this world, strength was privilege, including women. As for whether the newcomers were convinced or not, it was another matter. The real commander of the sailors was another person, an old sailor who was proficient in sea affairs. Most of the time, the sea hare followed behind her lover as a bodyguard. She encouraged him during the day and cheered him on at night. Of course, another thing that was even more meaningful to him was listening to stories. Mu Bei's stories had a special characteristic, and that was that they were all mythical stories. The characters in the stories were always coming and going, changing constantly. A single sword strike could destroy the stars, and a single spell could cause the sun and moon to lose their light. They were not from the mortal world at all. He had never heard of or seen any celestial being before. It was completely out of touch with reality, but he had to admit that it was very pleasant to listen to, and also contained a very deep meaning. After listening to one would want to listen to another. For this, he had put in a lot of effort. In the rear cargo hold of Dopeng, he had opened up a relatively empty space. Very few people came here. Once they locked it up, no one would be able to come in. This was the price he had to pay for wanting to listen to the story. Actually, listening to the story was only one of the reasons. Personally, he also liked this kind of life and death game. He knew that this was not good. If he developed this kind of habit, sooner or later he would die from his desire to win. However, he could not control himself. He was especially obsessed with the feeling of fighting. There were also many stories. It started with the phoenix, then the heavenly fox, the wild boar. Then it began to talk about a sword sect. He forgot the name, but there were many amazing people in it. Later on, it began to talk about the filth of the immortal court, mutual deception, and very profound internal conflicts. Are these stories all made up by you? If that's the case, you shouldn't practice martial arts. You should write xianxia novels. Mu Bei glanced at him and said disdainfully, "This is not made up. It's all true. You may not have experienced it, but you can't deny its existence. With your little knowledge, you can't even tell what's in the mortal world, let alone something of a higher level." The sea hare was also laughing. "Even if it's true, can you not change the main character to yourself? You are so powerful, immortal to heaven and earth, a person who exists with the sun and moon. How can you stay on this broken ship and mingle with a mortal like me? Moreover, after fighting, it seems like you can't win against me. Why don't you fly 2 steps for me to see? Ian, it's not far. If you fly from this pile of goods to that, I will believe you." Mu Bei was dismissive of his suspicions, and was not in the mood to be angry with him. In these days of contact, they had fought many times, but no one could do anything to the other. It was useless to fight. Moreover, this kid's mouth was sinister and vicious. He had already experienced enough. What was there to be angry with an ant? "I told you, I have been dreaming. This is my dreamland. I am the master of this place. In this place, I am an eternal existence. The most powerful existence. You, on the other hand, are nothing more than a broken memory in the dream, a randomly generated and unreal existence. Saying that you are a pile of shit is an overstatement. At least the shit is still real, and you are just a product of imagination." The sea hare laughed. "Your scolding is very creative. But I just want to know, why can't you do anything to a pile of shit? You are the most powerful. Then what about me?" Mu Bei was also somewhat puzzled. This was the only thing he could not explain. In theory, it should not be. How could there be an existence as powerful as him here? The sea hare was still there. "I say, old Mu Bei, your dream is quite good. 5 old women, I was wondering why there was no effect at all. So it was a dream. I just want to ask, when you wake up, will your efforts be broken? Mubei looked at him coldly and did not speak. Instead, he turned around and found a long box. He opened it, and there were 2 weapons quietly placed inside. Do you dare to compete with this? The sea hare came up to take a look. He recognized this thing. It was 2 swords. The sailors on the ship did not like to use this thing. It was somewhat long and not suitable for use on the ship. It was also very inconvenient in the water. It was the favorite weapon of the strong people on land. Mubei narrowed his eyes. 2 swords, exactly the same. You choose first. If you can still walk out of the door of the cargo hold alive, I will tell you some of the true secrets of the heavens. The sea hare slowly stretched out his hand and held one of the swords. A very familiar feeling was transmitted to his heart, as if this was not a sword, but an extension of his hand. He had always thought that he was best at short thorns, but he did not expect that the thing that had truly fused into his blood and soul was this thing. What secret of the heavens? It was just the wild imagination of a madman. Good. You have to think clearly. If you really use a sword, it is hard to say who can walk out of this door. Chapter 2051. The people on the ship would never know what happened in the cargo hold at the bottom of the ship. It was not 2 people, but 2 balls of light. Stab, hack, slice, chop, point, wipe, lift, flick. The 2 swords displayed abilities that shouldn't have appeared in the mortal world, but the people involved didn't know it. They had already fallen into an intoxicated frenzy, and nothing could pull them apart. This battle was earth-shattering. From the beginning, they were evenly matched, and in the end, they were evenly matched. The sea rabbit did not understand. In her senses, this was a part of her body. He was the sword, and the sword was her. How could she use her best sword skills and still not do anything to this guy? Mubei was also very helpless. Now, this was his true ability. It was completely different from the method of killing people at the harbor. This was the inheritance of a sword immortal, the supreme offensive method in the universe. Yet, it was still a draw. In his subconscious, even if a real sword immortal descended to the mortal world, he would definitely not be able to withstand his sharp attack. But everything that happened here was so illusory, so unreal. Was he in a dream? Or was he not in a dream? He was doubting himself. After a battle, both of them were somewhat depressed. They did not achieve their goals. They needed to consider what was going on. Before the sea rabbit left, she waved the sword in her hand. This thing, are you giving it to me? Mubei waved his hand. What else could he do? This guy was really difficult to deal with. Moreover, to someone who could be on par with him in terms of sword skills, no matter who it was, he respected him from the bottom of his heart. It was not respect for the person, but respect for the sword. Take it away. Tomorrow, I will tell you a story about the sky, a story that an ant like you will never be able to imagine. The sea rabbit curled her lips, disdain in her heart. This person had the ability, but his brain was not normal. But he was also not normal now. When he held the sword, it was as if he was holding another world. That feeling was so strong, but he was unable to remove the veil between him and that world. He knew that Mubei was not normal, but now he realized that he was also not normal. Mubei said that he was living in a dream, and if what he said was true, then didn't that mean that he was also in someone else's dream? Was it his own dream? Or was it someone else's dream? Was it possible for 2 people to meet and greet each other in their dreams? Could they even fight with swords? They could even peep together. Even if he was an inexperienced person, he knew that such a thing was too inconceivable. But he couldn't figure out what had happened. Could it be that he was going to spend the rest of his life in a muddle-headed manner? He did not believe that there was such a thing as awakening in this world. There was nothing that could turn an ordinary person, an orphan who spent his days on a ship and never fought, into a powerhouse overnight. There wasn't even a process. In the blink of an eye, without any physical training or life and death experiences, without anything at all, a bottom-level sailor could become a powerhouse, and a powerhouse among powerhouses at that. Such an unimaginable thing could only be done in a dream, and only then could one ignore the laws of reality. In other words, what Madman Mubei said could be true. This was really a dream, not only Mubei, but also him. This included every single one of them. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why no one was surprised by his transformation. He pinched himself. He had flesh and blood, yet he was in a dream. He realized that he was about to go crazy. If it was a dream, what would happen after he woke up? Would he become an immortal like Madman Mubei said? Or would he become a muddle-headed sea rabbit again? He didn't know. If he had to choose, he wouldn't want to become a sea rabbit again. Perhaps, the worst thing in the world was not dreaming, but knowing that you were dreaming but never being able to go back. The worst thing was, you seemed to be awake. The sea rabbit was somewhat absent-minded, but in a corner of the dopeng, several sailors were secretly plotting. They were all new sailors, and just as the sea widow had expected, the sailors of Middle Sand Island were not as simple as they seemed. This was not just a matter of forming cliques, nor was it a matter of personality flaws, but a deeper scheme. Sea Widow had not come to Zhongsha Island for many years, and the old favor she had for him was long gone. The reason why the Sea Merchant Union helped him this time, without any discount, was actually because of a deeper reason. The centenary birthday of the Emperor of Zhongzhou was just a superficial reason for various places to send tributes to Zhongzhou. The details were much more important than the birthday itself. It involved the changes in the world structure, the future distribution of benefits, and so on. Zhongsha Island also wanted to go to Zhongsha Island, but the people of Zhongsha Island tended to think like bandits, so it would be very painful for them to offer a huge gift. Therefore, they set their sights on the ships that came and went. However, such targets were not easy to find. The chances of them intercepting another ship in the vast sea, and they also had to carry precious tributes, were quite low. Zhongsha Island had a bad reputation, so the envoys of the islands who were going to pay tribute would not stop here to resupply, and their course was also kept a secret. This made it very difficult for the people of Zhongsha Island to achieve their goal of borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. Just when they were at their wits' end, the arrival of the dopeng provided them with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Stop, resupply, and replenish the sailors. This was truly a heaven-sent opportunity. There was a path to heaven, but you chose to throw yourself into the gates of hell. The best method wasn't to attack at the port because there were too many merchant ships docked here. Even if the people of Zhongsha Island were bandits, they wouldn't dare to attack openly in broad daylight. If that were the case, no one would dare to dock here, and the decline of Zhongsha Island would be even greater. The heavens had opened their eyes. Since the dopeng had encountered a sea ghost tide, it was a heaven-sent opportunity for them to replenish their crew. 20 or so sailors were enough to completely overturn the situation at sea. Murdering and robbing the ship, along with the tributes, was simply too perfect. For this reason, Zhongsha Island had gathered the most outstanding origin power experts in the port and stationed them on the dopeng. A dozen or so origin power experts, including several from Zhongsha, were all famous characters in the sea region. This kind of deployment was absolutely foolproof. They would be able to act according to plan after a certain distance out to sea. The actions of the Sea Hare and Mubei were too sudden, and the dopeng had fled the port that very night. As such, these origin power experts had no knowledge of these two giant insects. But during these days on the dopeng, they had gradually come to understand the composition of the dopeng's strength through their interactions with the elders. These people had boasted about the Sea Hare and Mubei as if they were heavenly and earthly existences, but this was nothing in the ears of these professional bandits. Capable people wouldn't easily believe in rumors, and they would rather believe in their own eyes. They were just two somewhat powerful origin power experts. As for saying that they could slaughter the golden-helmeted sea ghosts like dogs, that was just an exaggeration. Such exaggerations could be found everywhere at sea and weren't at all new. Chapter 2052. The voyage after leaving Middle Sand Island had been relatively smooth. After a dozen or so days, they were already far away from Middle Sand Island and on their way to Central Continent. This was also the time for these spies to make their move. They couldn't be delayed too far. That was because they would have to change ships and replenish their crew after they succeeded. They couldn't possibly rely on these crescent sailors to continue the journey. Moreover, The large fox head on Rock's bow would also expose their identity as bandits. If they made their move here, they would meet up with another ship from Middle Sand Island and take over their journey to Central Continent. Everything was going according to plan. 15 of the 26 newly recruited sailors were origin power users, and 4 of them were the strongest. Each of them had their own unique skills and were well known throughout the Ghost Sea. They were genuine experts who had experienced the test of time and weren't fake experts who could boast about their abilities after only 1 or 2 battles. The ship was only so big, so there was no need to talk about tactics. It was fine as long as they could make sure they could attack at the same time. The main point was to divide and surround the enemy. Currently, there were 9 origin power users and 6 passengers on Rock. They were Mubei, 5 dancers, and 3 crew members: Sea Widow, the first mate, and Sea Hare. In such a seizing of the ship, the passengers would generally not intervene. They would do their best to fight against the sea monsters because it was related to their own safety. However, in the battle between the pirates and the crew, they would generally remain neutral. No matter who obtained the control of the ship, the voyage would always continue. It would not hinder their purpose. Hence, a portion of the force was used to restrain the passengers while the main force was used to eliminate those 3 people. This was a very simple matter. 15 origin power users on board the ship was already quite sufficient in terms of manpower. This was especially true for those 2 so-called experts who were the focus of the Middle Sand pirates. They set the time to be at night. Not only could they catch the enemy off guard, they could also determine their location. For example, Widow High and her lover would definitely be fooling around in the cabin, one after the other. Their guess wasn't wrong. Sea Hare was full of energy and couldn't stay up all night. During this period, even someone as experienced as Sea Widow couldn't withstand it and could only grit her teeth and endure. It was just that they didn't know why this brat's energy seemed to be endless. Those newcomers have been behaving themselves, but the more they are like this, the more worried I am. The Middle Sand sailors are not that honest. If they suddenly become honest, it can only mean that they have already formed an organization. Hey, Rabbit, can you not put your energy on me every day? You should at least take some time out to check on their movements. After all, you're a bosun. You can't just sit here and soak in the hot spring every day, right? Sea Widow felt weak all over, but at least she could still complain with her mouth. This fellow was getting more and more out of hand. He had been spoiled like a big boss and did not care about anything. He only knew how to stroll around during the day and gather seafood at night. The Sea Hare turned over in satisfaction. Chasing the sea was the best hypnotic. It could make him fall asleep quickly, and the quality of his sleep was particularly high. He wouldn't even dream. What are you looking at? Why are you looking for trouble with him? You have to believe that most of them are kind. As for what they are scheming, the most they can do is to rob this broken ship. When that time comes, they can just kill him. It's such a simple matter, why do they have to make it so complicated? Sea Widow was speechless and did not know what to say. When a person's martial strength had surpassed a certain limit, some of the so-called considerations would be meaningless. This was the change in perspective brought about by the difference in level. Before she could say anything, the heavy cabin door was suddenly violently slammed open. A figure with a cold glint pounced towards the big bed. There were 4 figures following behind him. 5 of the main characters who attacked the Rock had come at once. It could be said that they had thought highly of them. Sea Widow's tiredness seemed to have been doused with ice water. She immediately realized what had happened. Ignoring the fact that her body was exposed, she turned over and was about to roll to the side of the bed. At the same time, she kicked the dead rabbit. While receiving the reaction force, she could also wake the dead rabbit up. However, her reaction was after all too slow. She needed time to react from her dazed state. Under the opponent's meticulously prepared quick attack, she was powerless. She also did not have a suitable weapon in her hands. In the next moment, she felt her body lighten. The wide quilt was wrapped around the black figure that was pouncing towards her. Under the quilt, 2 lumps of flesh could be seen. One was white and the other was black. Dead man. Although Sea Widow was shrewish, she was still unable to react in such a way. She saw the dead rabbit feel around under the pillow. A long sword that was much longer than the short thorn appeared in his hand. He very naturally stabbed it into the quilt. The thick silk quilt was immediately soaked in blood. Following that, the rabbit's body went limp and fell onto the bed. Sea Widow finally had time to roll under the bed. Her left hand tore off a piece of the bedsheet to wrap around her body, while her right hand skillfully pulled out a short thorn from under the bed. She had decades of experience on the sea. She was not a woman who relied on luck to climb up. When she stood up again, she realized that everything had ended. Just when she was still busy covering her body, 5 figures fell one after another in the narrow cabin. Only a black body with a sword in his hand was looking at her amusedly. "I say, Big Sister C, this is not a good habit of yours. What time is it now and you're still thinking about the bedsheet?" Sea Widow was still in shock. She scolded, "You damned rabbit, you scared me to death. Have they started to make their move?" Sea Hare slowly began to put on his clothes. "Let's go out and take a look. Each and every one of them, they can't even let us sleep in peace." The attack of the Middle Sand pirates was destined to fail from the start. There was only one result. The pitiful first mate was killed, and that was it. There were 7 or 8 people guarding outside the main cabin of the dancers. They were responsible for monitoring them, while the people inside were sleeping peacefully. Sea Hare was very angry. He purposely held back during the fight and forced these people into the main cabin. He also wanted to take the opportunity to sneak in and see how the 5 demons fought together. However, he was forced out by a sword light. "Since you're in my cabin, it's my business. Sea Hare, I'm warning you, don't even think about coming in to take advantage of me." The entire process did not cause much of a commotion, and most people were still asleep. Everything was already over. But Sea Widow still had many things to do. She needed to stabilize and control the ordinary sailors who weren't origin power users. Threatening, suppressing, and intimidating them were all her business. The first mate was already dead, and no one could help her. As for that damned rabbit, he could not be counted on. It could be said that this failed attempt to seize the ship was because they had encountered people they could not understand. However, the Sea Hare knew that there were a number of troublesome people in this group and that they definitely weren't ordinary origin power users. The Sea Widow couldn't sense this, but only someone like her who had experienced the situation knew that these ambushers possessed some strength. Chapter 2053. This world is the lowest level world. In the sky, there are the rules of the universe. Mu Bei continued to tell the story. To him and the sea rabbit, the threat from humans on this route was far less than the threat from nature. There are many things that can't be said, because the heavens have rules in the dark to restrict the words and actions of humans. But the heavens will not punish you for talking in your sleep. That is why you can hear stories here that you will never hear in the outside world. When I talk in my dream, you listen in your dream. When we wake up, we scatter. I don't know what I said and you have long forgotten what you have heard. It will not affect the heavens' operation. The sea rabbit laughed. According to what you said, the people you and I killed, we did not really kill them. It is just a way to leave the dream world. If we want to leave the dream world, is there only one way? Mu Bei's expression was bleak. Maybe. First, you have to believe that this is a dream. Then you will consciously find a way to leave. But who will believe that this is a dream? We have flesh and blood, feelings, and women. She can even give birth to your child. No one will believe it. It is precisely because no one believes that the dream is real enough. Do you believe it? The sea rabbit was touched. Life is originally a dream. How can you tell that you are in a dream? Or outside the dream? Is there outside the dream? Or is it a dream within a dream? Some dreams are short, waking up at daybreak. Some dreams are long, easily 100 years. When people die, they will wake up from the dream. There are also those who say they went to hell, or reincarnated, or worked like a cow or a horse. Who knows? I only know that in this dream world, you are dead. Don't mention those useless things to me. It is just shaking a person's beliefs in life. Because this is just a dream, it doesn't matter. Can you do whatever you want? Can you muddle through? People have to work hard to make progress, Higher status, more wealth, more women. Life is like this, and so is the dream world. Mu Bei laughed loudly. I know. Are you afraid that you will lose your current abilities when you wake up? Silly boy, you don't have to worry about this at all. The dream world will never impose an ability that does not belong to you. With your current ability, it means that you have a corresponding realm outside the dream. The sea rabbit didn't take him seriously. Any normal person, if someone told you that you were living in a dream and that everything was illusory, would you be willing to listen? If you were suffering, you might still deceive yourself when your life wasn't going your way. But if you were on the road to success and had the ability, your future would definitely be bright. You even had the benefits of a hot spring right now. Why would you believe it? It was only a possibility, but since he couldn't be sure, why not enjoy the dream first? Mu Bei secretly observed this guy's expression and was not in a hurry to succeed. In his countless years of dream transfer, he rarely met people who were aware of his current situation. There were very few people who were only suspicious but not sure. This little guy was such a person. He had doubts, but it was difficult to find evidence, so the best way was to enjoy the moment first. It was also a way to let nature take its course. In fact, Mu Bei himself was the real frequent visitor of the dream world. From one dream to another, for him, he could never jump out of the strange cycle of the dream world. He remembered a lot of things, but also forgot a lot of things. Every time he met a person who entered the dream world, as long as he liked them and had potential, he would not tire of telling them his story. The reason was very simple. As long as one of these people was awake, or could remember the dream after going out, they would know who he was. Then it was possible for them to tell him when they came back again. As long as he knew who he was, he could jump out of the endless cycle of the dream world. This little guy had such potential. Even in the dream world, his own attributes made him stand out from the crowd. Even he, who was once an immortal, couldn't defeat him. It could be seen how strong his ability was outside. The most important thing was that this little guy had doubts in the depths of his heart. This was the best breakthrough. With such an opening, he could continue to tell stories to hint and restore his consciousness in the future. The forest fox path was actually called the spirit fox immortal path in ancient times. Its spiritual energy was so strong that even immortals could get lost in it. That was why a special race like the heavenly fox was born. That was why the immortal court took special care and was on guard against the heavenly fox race. They didn't dare to let them stay here and develop into a powerful force that couldn't be ignored. Ancient beasts were not to be feared. All the beasts with strong bodies, born from the earth, and powerful abilities were not to be feared. The most frightening thing was that the beasts had the same growth potential as humans. In time, there would be no limit at all. Humans were a race that possessed unlimited growth potential and had no upper limit. They knew where their advantages were, so how could they tolerate the appearance of another race like this? Therefore, the mistake made by the heavenly fox was just a cover. Which race didn't make mistakes? This was especially true for humans. According to this standard, humans should have gone extinct a long time ago. As a lingering spirit, he had been trapped here for many years. He was so old that he could not even tell how old he was. He was not trapped here alone, but was constantly dragged into one dream after another by the energy of the deep forest path, treating him as a test for the outsider. He had to admit that the ability of the forest fox path to create dreamlands was indeed shocking. Even immortals would be wary of it. Not only were there stories, there were scenes, characters, dynasties, and even people like him who could control the situation. The problem was that because he entered the dreamlands so frequently, he had lost his sense of time. How many tens of thousands of years had it been? He didn't know. This was because half of his time was spent playing house with others in the dreamlands. What was a force user? Only the cultivators who were pulled into the dreamlands were force users. The characters created by the dreamlands would never have extraordinary powers. This was the truth of the dreamlands. The entire scenario was built by the forest fox path. It was like a haunted house. There were props and fake characters. There was also a storyline. The test was for the cultivators who were pulled into the dreamlands. If they were killed or fell into the sea, they would be expelled from the game. Therefore, he didn't lie to the sea hare. They really didn't die. They were just declared to have failed the test and lost the chance to enter the forest fox path again. He was one of the controllers. The other was the consciousness of the forest fox path. It was a dual controller. He had to let most people die here. Otherwise, how could the mysteries of the forest fox path be revealed? Chapter 2054. Mu Bei had forgotten many things. He knew that this was not a problem with his memory, but someone had done it on purpose. Who did it? Who else could it be other than himself? He only knew that he was once very powerful, very powerful. He was once ranked among the immortals. He had once forced his way to the lower realm, but what happened after that was not something he could see in his dream. He wanted to know the changes in the outside world, he wanted to know who he was, he wanted to know if there was a chance for him to make a comeback. But his consciousness had sealed him at the last moment. That was a power he could not break free from. He could not do it on his own, so he could only rely on the help of others. He had no means in the dream, he could not bring anything out of the spiritual world, not to mention physical objects and letters, even memories could not be brought out. He could only place his hopes on these outsiders, hoping that one of them would suddenly awaken his memories in this dream. That way, he would be able to obtain some information, or create some suspense and memories that would leave a deep impression, so that they could still vaguely remember it after leaving this place. He had been working hard on this, but after countless dreams, he had not succeeded. This was a spiritual phenomenon that even immortals would be wary of, and he was sealed by himself, an immortal. If he wanted to completely release himself, the difficulty was obvious, he could only try his luck in the long river of time. For example, this sea rabbit had a lot of potential. He could even guess that this guy's orthodoxy should be the same as his orthodoxy. He was sure, because this could not be faked. When the sword attack began, that instinct could not be hidden. He could not hide it, but this sea rabbit was also undoubtedly exposed. What was left? He needed patience. Step by step, he had to wake this little guy up. Otherwise, with his status in the Dreamlands, why would he fight with this little guy every day? Of course, the story had to be interesting, it had to be attractive. He was not afraid of the wrath of heaven, because this was all real, and he was just talking in his dream. The rulers of the heavens have 36 rules. The supreme rules, the rules that everyone must follow, not only humans, but also beasts, and even ghosts. Also nature, the stars, the universe, all must follow these rules. Every rule is controlled by a great power, they are the Tao Lords. I am one of them, and I am a very important one. But now, I've forgotten which one I'm in charge of. The sea hare was confused. He still couldn't understand the deeper meaning of this, but Mu Bei's intention was not to let him understand it now, but to use this information to stimulate his memory retention. Every cultivator who entered this place would be captured by the spiritual energy of the spirit fox path. Without exception, even immortals would not be able to escape this calamity, compared to the spiritual astronomical phenomenon that had existed proudly in the universe for millions of years. The human spiritual energy and will was like a firefly compared to the sun and moon. The only difference was how long it would take for you to wake up. Normal cultivators would never be able to awaken from the Dreamlands. Those who were proficient in the Dreamlands might be able to do better, depending on their own abilities. Immortals would wake up very quickly, but this was only in theory, because no immortals would come here to look for trouble. Even if they fell into the Dreamland for a short period of time, it would be an insult to them. Would this little guy wake up from his dream? When will he wake up? Or perhaps they would never wake up, but would retain a certain amount of memories of the dream after leaving? This was Mu Bei's purpose. There was no success rate to speak of. All he could do was to keep looking for people in different dreamlands, keep telling people his story, and pin his hopes on fate. The sea hare was very curious. Is it like the different food tycoons in the big market of the Moon Crescent Islands? Fish head, vegetable head, meat head, seasoning head, pickled vegetable head, dry goods head, dung head. Each has its own rules, each has its own territory. Mu Bei was speechless. If you were to talk to a mortal about the rules of heaven and the great Tao, you would have to face such a dilemma. They would use the easiest way to understand the analogy. It was very vulgar, and the scope was so small that it was unbearable to look at. But this was a normal phenomenon. Mubei was not angry at all, because he had heard too many of such metaphors. Comparing the market to the brothel was still good. Well, in a sense, you can understand it like this, but you can put your own structure bigger. The sea hare was very smart. Then, the food market of the central region? It was no wonder that he would not let go of the food market. Before he was 10 years old, as an orphan, he relied on the food market to survive. He had a special affection for that place, and it was comparable to his feelings for the sea. Mubei was depressed in his heart, but he was still neither fast nor slow, well, a little bigger. Not only the food market, but also other industries, any industry you can think of. The sea hare's thirst for knowledge was very strong. In the sky, is there a food market in the sky? Mubei was unable to explain, because this would involve a series of problems. Not to mention 3 days and 3 nights, even 3 years would not be enough to explain to a mortal. So his experience was, don't explain, go with the flow. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would be driven crazy by the pace of this conversation. There is. But it is not called a food market. The people in the sky, what they eat is not the same as mortals. They will refine all the ingredients together and make something like a pill. So it is very clean, there will not be rotten leaves, internal organs, blood, and feces everywhere. The sea hare suddenly realized, so it's like this. I have eaten pills before. It is not delicious. It does not taste good. Also, can this thing be eaten? Mubei decided to return to the main topic as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he continued to explain, sooner or later, he would fall into a ditch. All right, it is roughly like a food market. Then, since you are familiar with the food market, then these so-called leaders, they are all colluding with each other, right? The sea hare slapped her thigh. Of course. They must be colluding with each other. Otherwise, how can they manipulate the market price? And every once in a while, there will always be a product that will suddenly increase in price. They would rather leave the goods rotting in the warehouse to earn a high profit. This year, you are ruthless. Next year, you are the army. Then you are the money. Next time, you are the bean. You play. It is all like this. If not, if they are not coordinated, how can these profiteers make money? Mubei nodded. It is also like this in the sky. 36 rules, 36 paths. Every once in a while, there will always be a path that is abnormally difficult to traverse. It requires extra resources, extra effort, and extra threshold, but they are not doing it for money, but to prove that the great path is difficult, even if they do not understand it. Only then can they have such control, and in this control, form all kinds of small circles for themselves, controlling the door to advance. These are all common decisions. At the very least, it is the mainstream decision. Chapter 2055. Mubei finally brought the topic back to his own rhythm. A vegetable market is a microcosm of society. You can see all the ugliness here. Suppression, elimination of dissident. Setting the rules, only I am supreme, those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me die. All of this was for the sake of consolidating their position, so that their children and grandchildren would forever occupy these benefit. The ugliest thing is that there will never be a new force emerging. They will be nipped in the bud. In the vegetable market, if such a so-called food tyrant controls the situation, do you know what it means? The sea hare thought for a moment, the price of vegetables will soar, there will be shortages, hoarding, selling shoddy goods, complaining everywhere. Mubei nodded with satisfaction. He was not stupid, that's right, the vegetable market in the sky is also like this. But in this world, being separated for a long time must be united, and being united for a long time must be divided. Nothing is forever, unchanging. There will always be some kind of opportunity to break the bottles, and then everything will start again. Among the 36 heads of the vegetable market in the sky, there are a small number of them who do not want this situation to continue. Even if they have to sacrifice themselves, they want to change the rules. I am one of them. The sea hare chuckled. Aren't you still here? Although I don't read much, I still know that the word sacrifice is used by others to describe devotees. If you say it yourself, then you are just bragging. Mu Bei could not explain his current situation to him. If it was another time and space, he would understand with a little bit. But in this illusory space, it was like playing the lute to a cow. Therefore, he changed the topic. Among the 36 heads of the vegetable market in the sky, there are a few who can't stand such a trend. But they are weak, and with only a few people, they cannot fight against the mainstream power. So we can only wait for an opportunity, such as the sea hare interrupted, for example, the vegetable market catching fire. Mu Bei choked. Yes, it's possible for water to flow, but in the sky, the flow is bigger. Because of the disorder in all sides and the trampling of the rules, decadence is on the rise, and there's no hope of rejuvenation. You might not be able to see the flow of water in the sky, but it does have some kind of sign. It's as small as a fly's mutation to as big as a star's eruption. It's all a reminder that this universe has entered a special period. And we are the ones who control this period. The sea hare finally became serious. If this was a lunatic, then it was a very logical lunatic. You? Who are you referring to? Mu Bei's eyes were filled with confusion. This is also what I've been searching for. You know, some things are very vague in dreams. Maybe I really did forget, or maybe I can't say it out loud. Right now, I don't even know which industry I'm the head of in the market. I only know that I might be ranked very high, like. The sea hare saw that he couldn't hold it in, so she answered for him. In a market, there are always a few main characters, such as vegetable heads, meat heads, fish heads, grain heads. Mu Bei nodded. This kid was very talented. You're right. Of the 36 rules, there will always be a few that are the most important. It played an irreplaceable role. In the market in the sky, there were 5 rules that were the most important, and 3 of them supported this change. But they were still not the mainstream. I only remember that the first 2 who made the change were 2 of them. As for the third one, I'm not too sure. It's hidden very deeply. The sea hare was very suspicious of his story. This is very different from the market in the mortal world. In our moon crescent, there is no mainstream vegetable head who wants to change. This is equivalent to digging your own foundation. It doesn't seem to make sense. Mu Bei smiled. That's why I said that you have to expand the scope. The problem that the vegetable sellers consider is a few years, at most 10 years. The problem that the people in the sky consider is thousands of years. If you think that the change will definitely come, rather than passively endure it, it's better to take the initiative to participate. In the end, these 36 vegetable sellers will all join the tide of change. But most of them are speculators, and only a few do not care about their own interest. And it is precisely because of these few who are negative, that this change can be completely pushed forward. The sea hare felt that it was a fantasy. Clearly, the vegetable sellers of the Moon Crescent Archipelago could not do this. What he did not understand was, what's the point of you telling me this? I'm only familiar with the market in the Moon Crescent Archipelago. At most, I can understand the market in the central region in the future, but you're telling me about the market in the sky. Isn't the difference too big? The story should be close to life to be educational, otherwise it's just wishful thinking. Are you sure you're awake now? Mu Bei glanced at him. Whether I'm awake or not, can you try using a sword? The sea hare disdainfully said, using a sword is an instinct. I've seen madmen who are very good at fighting, but play house with children all day. Mu Bei could not explain, because in fact, he did not know whether he was awake or not. It's meaningful. It's meaningless now, but it doesn't mean it's meaningless in the future. It's meaningless in the dream, but when you wake up outside, it will be very meaningful. But I have a request. If you really remember what I told you today and feel that these things are very helpful to you, can you come back and tell me? I just want to know one thing. Who am I? The sea hare finally understood why this guy was talking nonsense with him. Did he really think that he was in a dream, which of course meant that he, the sea hare, was also in a dream? After this dream, was his real life? Or was it another dream? Would he have a chance to come back? And could he meet this guy again? It was a bit inconceivable. But for a madman, you can't take him seriously. If you want to know who you are, why don't you go out yourself? According to what you said, going out seems to be very simple. I'll just kill you with a sword. Mu Bei was disappointed. I'm different from you. You can go out, but I'm trapped in the dream cycle and will never be able to escape from this strange circle. Otherwise, why would I talk so much nonsense with you? The sea hare looked at him. You're sure I'm not the only one who told you this? Mu Bei nodded. Countless people, countless times. But no one can do it. So you don't have to feel any pressure, because you may not be able to do it. I'm just trying my best, but I'm not sure. If I don't try my best, I can only stay here forever. As long as I try my best, there will always be a glimmer of hope. The sea hare thought for a while, and it seemed that there was no harm to him, so he just treated it as teasing the madman. He did not want to go out through death. His future would be very brilliant. Now there was a sea widow, and when he went to the central region, there would be more widows. Then, are you selling poisonous dishes in the sky? Or selling watered meat? Or selling fake wine? Chapter 2056. Mu Bei sighed. If I knew, why would I tell you this? So you have to pay attention. Although you don't understand what I'm saying now, you will definitely understand after you go out. Of course, the premise is that you can remember something after you go out, and not be like those people before you who can't remember anything after going out. The sea rabbit looked pensive. So the reason you tell me these crazy things every day is to deepen my memory? It's not easy for a person to be as logical as you. Mu Bei looked at him and sternly said, you have to know that there is no love or hatred between people in this world for no reason. If there is, then it must be because of a relationship of mutual benefit, and the value of using each other. You listening to my crazy words here has no effect on your present situation, but after you wake up, it will be different. No matter if you wake up here or outside, you will immediately know the meaning behind the stories I'm telling you. It will be very important for your future direction. At that time, you will feel that these stories are useful, and then I'll have to trouble you to tell me, who am I? Do you think it's fair for me to say this? The sea rabbit thought for a moment and felt that it was all right. There was no need to pay anything. As for the future, I understand. Actually, you also know that there is a high probability that I won't wake up, right? Whether it's here or after I go out, I'll forget everything. Just in case. Mu Bei sighed. That's right. So you see me acting almighty here, but in fact, I can't be more aggrieved. You have hope, but I'm in an endless loop in the dream. The sea rabbit also felt that he was somewhat pitiful, so he teased, what you told me is actually the so-called secret of the heavens, right? Because heaven's punishment is not as good as a dream, you can speak freely here. Doesn't that also mean that I really know this information, and if I wake up outside and still have some memories, these food tyrants are very likely to be my enemies, and harm me? Mu Bei smiled. You just don't know this. Do you think they will look at you differently? You are a new generation vegetable vendor, carrying vegetables to the market to sell, then what do you think your relationship with those food tyrants will be like? Will they take care of you like a relative? Care about you? Are you going to let your fresh vegetables make them unable to sell their goods? Finally, will they praise you for being young and promising? Enmity was inevitable. This was something that was determined by interest. At the very least, what I've told you will let you know which of the food tyrants are stubborn and have malicious intentions. Which of them are dedicated to serving the public with fresh and cheap vegetables? This is very important. The sea rabbit thought for a moment. That seems to make sense. So, how can I tell the difference? Mu Bei's eyes turned cold. You only need to remember 3 things, and you will definitely be able to distinguish whether you are facing a food tyrant or not, no matter what they disguise themselves as. Spiritual answers, Tao realm answers, transcendent answers. The sea hare was dumbfounded. I don't seem to understand what you're saying. Shouldn't you be asking how much radishes cost per catty? Mu Bei looks at him. Spiritual questions and answers are the deepest mutual probing of cultivators' consciousness. Normal people are either lively or silent, while the food tyrant is obscure. The Tao realm question and answer was a clash of Tao realm ideals. He was conservative while you were innovative. Future superego questions and answers. You will discover that all the future superego questions and answers will be exceptionally clear, so clear that they seem to exist in reality. However, unlike ordinary cultivators, who were fictional, there would always be some areas that were unclear. You can't understand these words now, and there is no need to understand them, but if one day you remember these words of mine, then you will definitely understand. The sea hare really couldn't understand. These things seemed to have exceeded his understanding of this world. It was so mysterious. There was a question here. Mu Bei's request was very simple. He just wanted to know who he was. Was it really that simple? Or was there something complicated behind the simple? If all these mysterious things were true, then what did these mysterious things mean? With a head full of questions, the sea hare went back to sleep. When night fell, the sea widow entered the cabin with a burst of fragrant wind. She was in high spirits and seemed to be in a good mood. She was carrying an exquisite food box in her hand. It seemed that the follow-up work was done well. Get up and eat. In the future, don't call me sea hare, just call me sea pig. I have been busy the whole day, but I still have to serve you. Complaining was complaining, but her heart was happy. This rabbit person was indeed a little lazy, but at the crucial moment, he could withstand it. With such a secret weapon on the ship, why would she be afraid of the private fights between the ships? Just let the rabbit go. After setting the tableware and pouring the wine, she raised her head and saw the rabbit looking at her, like a wolf looking at food in the wilderness. Big sister, are you dreaming? The sea widow spat. I don't have the time. I am so busy during the day that I wish I could be split into two. I have to deal with all the big and small troubles on the ship. After being busy for the whole day, I still have to be tormented by you. How can I have the strength to dream? If you want me to dream, can you let me go today? The sea hare pondered. Not dreaming. That shouldn't be. Humans should dream. It is what they think during the day, what they worry about the most, what they hope for the most, what they look forward to the most. The sea widow really couldn't keep up with the rhythm of this fellow. He was so strange, as if his mental state was a little abnormal. Eat and rest early. You have been tired for the whole day, the sea hare disagreed. Big sister, your work and rest routine is wrong. You can't rest immediately after eating. You need to walk, move, and digest the food. Otherwise, in the long run, it is not good for your body. It is especially easy to get fat. Why don't I help you move? The sea widow scolded. Of course you are not tired. You have slept for the whole afternoon. You only know how to play rabbit burrow and get fat. I am arrogant. From the beginning of this voyage until now, I have lost a few pounds of meat. Late at night, the sea hare climbed up the mast to take over his master, Uncle Shrimp. This was not his main job, but he saw that his master was tired, so he came to take over every night. When a person was old, staying up late would be very harmful to his body. Unlike him, who was young and could still conserve energy during the day. Looking at the dark sea, countless thoughts floated in his mind. Especially those words of Mu Bei. To him, it was not completely indifferent. Those stories must be related to him. This was his intuition. If everything that Mu Bei said was true, then perhaps he, the sea hare, was in a kind of half-awake state. He dreamed more, and woke less. But it was definitely different from other people's dream state. There were many reasons, including the fact that he could easily detect whether other people had the origin power or not. Most importantly, when Mu Bei's story was told, he had a feeling of déjà vu. Chapter 2057. These days were the happiest days of the sea hare's life. They strolled around during the day and returned to their cave to sleep at night. The sailors of the Dopeng were still a little nervous, but the sea widow did not want to replenish them for the time being, nor did she have a place to replenish them. They needed to hold on for another 3 months and wait for the next large supply base to consider this problem. They did not need to fight with people anymore, they could only fight with the heavens. The weather on the sea was unpredictable, various sea conditions, and various abnormal sea creatures made their journey not easy. In this kind of stumbling, an attack from the Sea Sky Harrier caused them to lose 2 force practitioners, 2 of the dancers. The number of force practitioners on the ship dropped to 6, and they were only halfway through the journey. Whether they could smoothly reach their destination became the worry of the Sea Widow. In the face of nature, even the sea hare could not help her much. "You don't seem that sad. In any case, we have been together for a few months, don't you have any compassion?" Looking at Mu Bei, who acted as if nothing had happened, the sea hare deliberately asked. Mu Bei did not feel anything. "If you treat this as a dream, this is a good thing. If you treat the dream as the only thing, you will be constantly troubled. I have experienced too many similar parting, more than you have seen in your life. Many of the parting have become natural, not pity, but gratification." The sea hare was speechless. He did not believe that the changes that happened to him were natural, but he also did not really believe this guy's words. He was more used to finding out the truth himself, and not following what others said. "According to your explanation of this world, why would so many cultivators want to enter this dream? What benefits does it have for them?" Mu Bei snorted. "To cultivators, experience is the most precious thing. You are the same, otherwise you would not have come here. But there is one thing you are right about. Recently, more and more cultivators have come to the dream, so many that it is abnormal." He knew that the outside world must have changed in some way, but he did not know the changes. This was also the reason why he was more and more anxious to get rid of the dream. This was the change that he had instigated, but now he did not know how far the change had progressed. There was nothing more torturous than this. Especially now, there were more and more cultivators entering the forest via the forest fox path. They were becoming more and more frequent. All he could do was watch in his dreams, scratching his ears and cheeks. He had a lot of expectations for this sea rabbit. It was a kind of intuition. He felt that even though this guy acted indifferent and treated him like a lunatic, he must have felt something from his words. He had told many stories to many dreamers, but only to this person was the most profound. It was so deep that he felt uneasy, afraid that he would be targeted by some existences. He was very safe here because this was an illusory dream, an unreal existence. Even the eyes of the immortal court couldn't penetrate this place, unless an immortal also came here to dream. But in the world of cultivation, words really couldn't be said casually, so the metaphor of the market was very much to his liking. Was it intentional? Or was it intentional? He wanted to know who he was. This was the key to getting rid of the dream cycle. However, even if he did obtain the key, he would not leave immediately. This was because this was not the best time. The best time would be at the moment when the era change. Although he had forgotten a lot of things, there were also many things that were deeply engraved in his consciousness. When the epoch changed, it was the time when all kinds of demons ran amok. Every existence like him would choose this time to resurrect in various ways. It was only at that time that he could be safe. If he were to resurrect in advance, he would only become the target of the immortal court's attacks, because he had broken everyone's rules. The appearance of this sea rabbit had finally given him a glimpse of hope. He was not in a hurry to send him out. The best outcome would be for this little guy to wake up in the dream. He would do his best to help him achieve this goal. The scenario of the forest fox path was all-encompassing. It was like a stage play that absorbed all kinds of human life experiences. There were battlefields, imperial examinations, and so on and so forth. The sea scenario was just one of them. It was a random choice that was completely determined by the consciousness of the forest fox path. As a frequent visitor of the dreamlands, he was just a lackey of the consciousness of the forest fox path. He could provide a more realistic experience to the scenario and add some variables to make it even more confusing. The entire test was a voyage on the sea. The destination was the so-called Zhong province, a place that did not exist. According to the habits of the consciousness of the forest fox path, most of the cultivators who boarded the ship would be kicked off halfway. This included the battles between the cultivators and nature. In fact, nature was the simulation of the mental energy of the forest fox path. No matter how strong the cultivator was, it would simulate an even stronger sea monster to drag the cultivator into the abyss. The purpose of the wooden shell was to fix the weak cultivators. Those who tried to sneak their way through would be eliminated after the test. The last survivor would also receive a great boost in their mental energy in such a mental environment. In this place, there was no real death. The only thing that was wasted was time. Because after being kicked out, the cultivator would still be within the range of the forest fox path. While searching for a way out, the cultivator would be dragged into the next dreamlands. The origin power cultivators from Middle Sand Island and the future supply islands were all pulled in by these cultivators over and over again. It was inevitable that someone would be kicked out of the rock. Even if the wooden shell did not kick out, the consciousness of the forest fox path would create all kinds of scenarios to kick out the cultivators. After millions of years, it had already formed a set of fixed patterns that would not be easily changed. However, he would not interfere with this. He would just watch from the side. With the sea hare's ability, the dreamlands would not be able to kick him out without using some real strength. This kid's sword was too fast. It was so fast that even he could not do anything about it. Don't you think that a life full of expectations is more meaningful? Instead of staying on a ship for the rest of your life, smelling like fish, and entangling with an old widow who is 2 rounds older than you. By the way, what kind of hobby is this? Actually, you also have a chance among those dancers, but you never go. Why? The sea hare gave him a sideways glance. This is my personal taste. It has nothing to do with you, just like how I never asked you why you protected the fattest dancer so well. Why didn't you care about the others? When it comes to meat, some people like to roast it until it's well done. Some people like to eat pork ribs. Do you need an explanation? The wooden shell nodded and stopped discussing this topic. Chapter 2058. The sea hare liked to compete with Mu Bei more and more. Only when he was competing with his sword could he completely forget all his troubles and integrate his emotions into the battle of swords. As the two of them continued to interact, they were no longer as determined to kill each other as before. Instead, they were more inclined to discuss sword techniques, even if this discussion was no different from a fight to the death in the eyes of others. But they could control it. It was still a result where neither of them could do anything to the other. The sea hare was not satisfied, but there were not many opportunities for them to fight because there were many situations during the recent voyage. Mu Bei, even if this is a dream, you are familiar with this dream. What's going on with these endless sea monsters these days? Why is it not over yet? The last time we encountered the golden-helmeted sea ghost was once every 4 months. Since we left the Middle Sand Island for 2 months, how many monsters have we encountered? On average, once every few days. There are all kinds of monsters. I am having a hard time blocking them. Since you are familiar with this dream, then tell me, is this normal? Mu Bei shook his head. This is the trend of the dream, I can't control it. If I could predict it, why would I still be struggling in the dream? It should be a test for you outsiders, right? He was not telling the truth. He really could not control it. This was the use of spiritual energy by Lin Hu realm. He could only watch, but he knew why it was like this. In fact, it was very simple. There were too many force cultivators left on the ship. Every time the Dreamland test, there could only be one person who passed in the end. The most powerful one. Therefore, the Dreamland would definitely constantly produce sea monsters to eliminate them. But Lin Hu realm's spiritual consciousness had its own rules of the Dreamland. It could not produce sea monsters that were completely separated from the foreign cultivators. All the sea monsters that appeared were limited by their original strength. The Dreamland could only provide a certain amount of help in the layout of the scene. For ordinary cultivators, it was impossible for them to withstand such attacks again and again on a small ship. Even if they could dodge one attack, they would not be able to dodge the next one. However, the strength of this sea rabbit was obviously much higher than the cultivators outside, which made the danger generated by the illusion unable to harm him at all. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. It was enough to leave him alone to complete the test of this trip, but the problem was that this fellow was too powerful. Under his protection, the illusion kept pushing new origin power cultivators into the Great Rock, but they were all blocked one by one. Just like that, they were stuck here awkwardly. This kind of situation had happened before. This was the value of his Mu Bei's existence. Those that the dreamlands could not handle, he would deal with them himself. This time, the illusory realm's consciousness made the same request, but he rejected it. It wasn't that he felt pity for those women, but he wanted to spend more time with this sea rabbit. Maybe he could wake up from the dream. He was a guest of the spiritual celestial phenomenon of Linhu realm. Being trapped here, of course he had the right to refuse. The spiritual consciousness of the secluded path could not do anything to him. He just wanted to see if this sea rabbit could wake up here with his own ability and tell him the truth of his identity. He would definitely know. Based on the stories he told, which cultivator above the supreme level in the outside world would not be able to guess? The sea rabbit looked at him suspiciously, but did not say anything. A strange voyage, a strange person, and a strange person himself. This made up this strange world. The secluded path of Linhu was still illusory and vague. In this part of the universe, it emitted a dazzling light. No one knew what was happening inside those strange and wonderful stories. A Chongjiao appeared at the edge of this universe. It seemed to have sensed something. After pacing back and forth for a while, it stretched its body and lightly slid into this space. Its target was the dense qi. It did not fly very fast. It was leisurely, as if it was feeling the different spiritual energy waves here. This was a very elegant, strange beast. It stood out from the rest of the demon beasts. Therefore, the closer it was to the fixed target of the secluded path of Linhu, the easier it was to be noticed by humans. The universe was about to change, and people's hearts were in danger. Some famous celestial phenomena that were originally dangerous to humans became places for cultivators to check in. There was only one chance, and there were always people who were unwilling to give up. Due to the large number of human cultivators, more and more cultivators gathered at the secluded path of Linhu. Not only southern elephant sky, but also cultivators from other elephant skies. In such an environment, coupled with the fact that it did not deliberately hide its whereabouts, the appearance of this Chongjiao attracted a lot of attention. The Chongjiao was a strange beast that was born from natural celestial phenomena. It had a unique characteristic. Its strength was strong, but it did not have much potential. In the entire beast race, it was a race that could be compared to the immemorial beasts. This characteristic determined that it had an extremely high starting point. The birth of celestial phenomena was like the birth of a monkey in a certain biography. When it was born, it would at least have the cultivation of a perfected lord. Some even reached as high as the half-immortal realm. This Chongjiao was a strange beast of the half-immortal realm. No one knew why it came here, but due to its powerful strength, the cultivators who saw it were often surprised. Even if they had thoughts, they would not show it. After all, it was a beast. If you provoked this thing, it would not play by the rules and pretend to be polite. But there were also some who did not care. For example, 2 exterior half-immortal realm cultivators. This is strange. Strange beasts also need to train their minds. Senior brother Yu, your sect has a deep understanding of this. What do you think? A half-immortal was very surprised. Senior brother Yu stared at the Chongjiao from afar, his eyes revealing a hint of eagerness. The Chongjiao, legend has it that it is born from Mount Luwu. It is a rare and gentle beast among strange beasts. It is friendly with humans and is proficient in the art of Jiyu Inner Yin Mountain. It is a very unique strange beast. There is only one of this kind in this world. It will only appear in Mount Luwu many years after its death. I also cannot remember how the last Chongjiao died. Or was it taken by someone? I am afraid it is not within our lifespan. Junior brother I have some affinity with this thing. I want to try and see if it has an owner. If it does not have an owner, I would like to take it for my own use. I wonder if junior brother is willing to lend me a hand. Junior brother heard this and ridiculed in his heart. This senior brother everything is good except for beasts. As long as he sees a special beast, no matter if it is a strange beast, demon beast, or ancient beast, he will always want to take it for his own use. It is no wonder, he is from the imperial beast orthodoxy. It is normal for him to have some unique preferences in this aspect. Just like a glutton to delicious food, a drunkard to fine wine, this yearning is engraved in his bones. Since senior brother Yu is interested, I will certainly accompany you. But I do not know much about this thing. Senior brother, are you sure you can really capture it? Chapter 2059. Senior brother Yu smiled proudly. Junior brother, you don't have to worry. I'm not a rash person. If I can take it, I'll take it. If I can't, I'll let it go. I won't let it go. Mutated beasts were the favorite kind of beasts that human cultivators liked to collect and tame. Because they didn't live in groups, capturing one was equivalent to capturing the entire clan. There was no need to worry about anyone taking revenge on you. Of course, mutated beasts were quite powerful. If one wanted to capture one, it was impossible without some ability. Especially so, one needed to have a deep understanding of the beast and their own Dao realm. Generally speaking, orthodoxes that didn't specialize in taming beasts wouldn't easily make a move. If one couldn't capture one, it would be very troublesome. This thing was famous for holding a grudge. The two half-immortals had already decided on their plan and followed. Since they were all half-immortals, there was no need for humans to fear it. After tailing it for several days, judging from its character, most mutated beasts would have already lost their patience. They would either run or fight. However, this Chong Jiao didn't seem to have noticed. This showed that its character was gentle and didn't see it as a threat to humans. During this process, whether it was approaching, overtaking, or interfering with the Dao realm from a distance, this Chong Jiao didn't show any signs of restlessness. It had to be said that this was a very suitable mutated beast companion for humans. After a series of tests, senior brother Yu became more and more excited. Seeing that the era was about to change, battles were inevitable in all kinds of situations. A half-immortal level helper was irreplaceable even for him. It had such a good temper, it could save him a lot of time to train it. Even his companion, junior brother Mi, was envious. Unfortunately, he didn't know the way of taming beasts and couldn't control such a mutated beast. He could only sigh and pass by it. Senior brother Yu was very satisfied. Thus, he took out a beast summon from his ring. This was the core method of his orthodoxy. Its function was actually offensive. It was to cut off the spiritual connection between the opponent and their pet beast. Once used in battle, the opponent's pet beast, whether it was a mutated beast, monster beast, or immemorial beast, would lose control of their pet beast for a period of time. Using the beast summon here was to use it to determine whether the Chongjiao had a master or not. A beast summon was very precious, but it was nothing compared to an exotic beast that one fancied. This was the price to pay for subduing it. The more outstanding the ability, the higher the grade, the more effort one had to put in. In the cultivation world, the so-called fate of meeting someone at first sight was really illusory. Once the beast summons was issued, it would disappear without a trace. It was purely in the realm of spiritual will, and only the person involved would be able to understand it. Senior brother Yu was immersed in the concept of his beast summons. He carefully identified it and made a careful judgment. A beast, regardless of its species, as long as it had a master, would naturally try to communicate with its master when it was attacked or affected by the environment in order to seek help. This was a subconscious reaction of beasts with masters, and it was unavoidable. With a master, it would be very difficult to tame this strange beast. One would have to kill its master first, then slowly train it. The process was incomparably complicated. For cultivators who were proficient in the Tao of beast taming, most of them would rather choose a living beast that had never had a master before than to raise a familiar beast that had been raised by someone else. The reason for this was that it could easily backfire, and it would take a lot of time and effort. A moment later, senior brother Yu, who had been paying attention to the changes in the Chongjiao's spiritual consciousness and communication with the outside world, smiled. This was a lone beast without a master, he could be sure. He turned to look at senior brother Mi. The Chongjiao is rumored to have the ability of Yin Mountain within Jiyu. It is an innate magical seed of the mother of Jiyu. It hides Jiyu within Jiyu, and has the ability to be undying. But this is just a rumor, a lone beast in the universe. After all, none of us have experienced it, so we still need to test and verify it. Later on, I will use some special method to communicate with it, and then decide on its course of action. This process may be very slow, and there may be accidents during the process, and there may be the possibility of it escaping. Junior brother only needs to delay it for a moment when it gets impatient, and there is no need to hurt it. I will then take over control of it, so remember this. If everything goes smoothly this time and we succeed, junior marshal brother will also have a share of the credit. Senior marshal brother is not an opportunistic person. I will give the thing we talked about before to junior marshal brother as a reward. Does junior marshal brother agree? Junior brother Mi smiled. We are all in the same boat, so we should help each other. There is no need to talk about rewards, it will not affect our friendship. The two quickly came to an agreement. In the cultivation world, benefits were the most important, and one could not eat alone. Senior brother Yu was very reasonable on this point. He could not order others around, so he had to give some benefits to his companions in order to maintain their friendship. This was also a rule. After he was ready, he shook his hand and released a cloud-swallowing wolf. This was one of his many pet beasts. Its realm was average, only at the level of a low-level true monarch. Its combat ability was also very limited, but it had a very special ability. It was a social butterfly among beasts, and was best at communicating and coordinating with others of its kind. Its appearance was charmingly naive, and its personality was excellent. It was eloquent and observant. With it, many of Senior Brother Yu's unique pet beasts were connected by it, and its position in the pet beast system was very special. As a member of the beast control sect, he knew how difficult it was to tame a beast. There was no spiritual creature in this world that did not yearn for freedom, so who would be willing to be enslaved? So, if you directly tried to tame it and force yourself on it, you were destined to fail. The higher the level of the beast, the more likely it was to fail. There were two principles. First, one could not make his intention of taming a beast obvious from the start. The smart thing to do was to make friends with it first, so that it would not hate you and be willing to interact with you. Then, he would slowly guide it, giving it small favors, or even creating some kind of dangerous situation to make it submit. He had a very comprehensive system for this. Basically, as long as a beast was willing to make friends with him, it would not be able to escape from his grasp. Secondly, direct contact was not advisable. Once the negotiation failed, there would be no room for negotiation. So, a middleman was needed to act as the middleman. This middleman would praise the benefits of the master, be gentle and considerate, treat the beast as an equal, share weal and woe, and so on. This cloud-swallowing wyvern was exactly that role. Just from this point alone, a layman like junior marshal brother Mi couldn't even touch the door. Looking at a lone exotic beast, he could only sigh and swallow his saliva. The cloud-swallowing lion began to hop closer to the Chongdia. It was born with a harmless temperament, something that came from its innermost nature. This kind of aura could be easily felt by other beasts. There had never been a case of a powerful beast swallowing a cloud-swallowing lion without caring about anything. It was the same this time. The Chongdiao did not show any vigilance or hostility towards the cloud-swallowing lion. This was a good start. The two demonic beasts began their first contact. Naturally, this was the tacit understanding between the same species, which could never be replaced by human beings. Senior brother Yu also began to receive a steady stream of information from the cloud-swallowing lion. It said that it has always been wandering, and does not have a fixed airspace or residence. It said that it occasionally heard people talking about the forest fox path. Because it is also a beast, it came to play. It said that its favorite thing is to travel in the universe, it likes to drink human wine, and its favorite food is corn. Chapter 2060. The two extraterrestrial yarrow beasts flew in front while the two human half-immortals followed them from afar. Some of the human cultivators grew curious. However, their cultivation bases were limited. In the face of the deterrence from the two half-immortals, they could only keep a respectful distance. 10 days later, junior brother Mi could no longer hold back. Senior brother, why aren't you making a move? Senior brother Yu smiled. Junior brother, don't be impatient. There are many different ways to capture beasts, But there is one thing that will never change, and that is patience. It was like walking a horse or a dog in the mortal world. You had to tame its temper before it would willingly follow you. You couldn't force it. Otherwise, what you got wouldn't be a pet beast, but an unstable factor that could bite you at any time. What's the point of that? Junior brother, do you know, the longest time I've spent walking beasts is more than 120 years. This is not even the longest time in our imperial beast orthodoxy. There was once a senior who walked for 1,000 years just to capture an immemorial beast. This shows the importance of patience. How can the treasures in this world be so easily obtained? Others see that our imperial beast orthodoxy fights with ease and have our pet beasts do the work for us, but they don't know how much effort we have put into this. Junior brother Mi nodded. Look at the direction this Chong Jiao is flying. It's definitely going to the forest fox hidden path. There are still 3 months left. Senior brother, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape for long. Senior brother Yu smiled confidently. No matter, it won't take that long. In another 1 or 2 months, it won't be able to escape from my grasp. In terms of the beast's nature, the Chong Jiao is not a blockhead. It's relatively easy to deal with. For a demonic beast like this, I wonder why no one has tried to capture it. It's most likely a newborn beast. I was lucky enough to encounter it. Otherwise, how could it be alone? The two talked and laughed as they followed. They did not deliberately hide their tracks. Under such circumstances, the Chong Jiao did not show any signs of impatience. This showed that they were very close to success. 2 months later, senior apprentice brother Yu let out a long laugh. Success. Junior brother, watch how I subdue this Chong Jiao. He jumped forward, full of satisfaction. Junior brother Mi followed behind, his face full of envy. This was not because senior brother Yu was arrogant, but because after 2 months of communication with the cloud-swallowing ape, he had already reached a consensus with the Chong Jiao. Of course, I didn't set any conditions or provide any benefits. The 5 insurances, 1 fund, food, and lodging were all covered. That was a pure harmony of spirit and Tao realm. It was the resonance of a higher level of consciousness. There was no need for words. That was too vulgar. If there were no conditions, then it was not true cultivation. It was the sharing of weal and woe. At a time like this, there was no room for hesitation or trepidation. You had to let the beasts feel your firm confidence, powerful strength, and willpower. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to subdue these beasts. Beasts, in the end, were more willing to submit to the strong, and not a dilly-dallying coward who wanted to approach but was afraid of being bitten. In this aspect, senior brother Yu was very experienced. His thousands of years of experience in beast taming had made him deeply proficient in this aspect. The imposing manner he displayed was akin to the return of a king, or the descent of a sage. Junior brother Mi, who was watching from behind, secretly applauded. No orthodoxy could succeed easily. The various experiences in the past 2 months had made him deeply feel the vastness and profoundness of different orthodoxies. In the blink of an eye, senior brother Yu had already arrived in front of the Chong Jiao. It was so close that he could reach out and touch it. To a human, it was very dangerous to come into close contact with a strange beast, especially when it was not one's own pet beast. But this was the risk that the subduer had to take, the price that they had to pay. But as the successor of the imperial beast taming clan, they had the confidence to reduce this risk to the lowest, within a controllable reign. Face to face, senior brother Yu's gaze was resolute and full of vigor. The aura of a king burst out, his entire body emitting an aura as vast as the sea. That was trust, a life and death trust between each other. His eyes looked straight into the Chong Jiao's eyes, not evading at all. Even if the Chong Jiao's eyes were bigger than his head, the key was the resoluteness in his gaze. It was like an arrow, piercing straight into the beast's heart. This set of things was not as simple as putting on a show. It was the profound experience of the imperial beast taming orthodoxy over countless years. It was the combination of body, gaze, form, and many other factors to intimidate the beast. It was the perfect combination of external aura and psychological pressure to intimidate the beast. This was a very brilliant technique of power, and not just a daring act of arrogance. Under such an unparalleled pressure, the Chong Jiao's gaze was somewhat evasive, somewhat flustered, and somewhat guilty. It only opened its mouth slightly, saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth. It was like a child who had made a mistake and was glared at by its parent. Senior brother Yu's heart calmed down. The first step of the subduing process had been completed. The Chongjiao's behavior was completely in line with the behavior of a beast before it bowed down. Then, what he needed to do now was to go one step further and completely overwhelm the Chongjiao's psychological defense. At such a distance, he actually still had many ways to escape. Failing to subdue a beast and being swallowed by it instead, this was the biggest joke in the imperial beast-taming orthodoxy. Of course, he would not make such a naive mistake. Therefore, this step was the last test before he could extricate himself. A good beast tamer would be able to judge in an instant whether the strange beast was truly subdued or had other intentions. Subduing strange beasts required skill, and was not something an ordinary cultivator could do. His companion, junior brother Mi, understood this point, and did not compete with him for this rare opportunity. But now, with his thousands of years of experience, the Chongjiao's mind was subdued, and it no longer had any intention to resist. The final step could be carried out. At such a close distance, senior brother Yu took another step forward. Almost head to head, his eyes met the Chongjiao's big eyes, trying to destroy the last trace of the Chongjiao's free consciousness. Junior brother Mi, who was watching from behind, could not help but break out in cold sweat for him. This relative position was almost like sticking his head into the Chongjiao's mouth. A strange scene. The Chongjiao's eyes were dazed, its mouth slightly open, and senior brother Yu was overbearingly close to its face. Junior brother Mi's heart floated a very funny possibility. If the Chongjiao's gums were really trembling because of fear, wouldn't senior brother Yu's head be smashed into pieces? This Chongjia was also a mischievous creature. Its will was really weak. With one look, one could tell that it was a newborn strange beast. It had not seen the insidiousness of humans, and still liked to eat corn. Was corn delicious? It was not a child who had not been weaned. Thinking of corn, a sense of alarm suddenly rose in his heart. In great shock, before he could warn junior brother Mi with his divine sense, the Chongjiao's big mouth that was still dripping saliva suddenly closed. Junior brother Mi was scared out of his wits. Under such a great calamity, how could he still care about friendship? The distance between him and the Chongjia was too close, and it was very dangerous. In the first moment, he chose to escape immediately. It was too late. The Chongjiao swallowed senior brother Yu in one gulp, and stretched its neck again, completely violating the rules of space. It also caught junior brother Mi who had just escaped. After a few chewing, the two half-immortals became snacks for the Chongjiao. Corn, delicious. The Chongjiao let out a happy sound. Chapter 2061. A half-immortal beast swallowing a half-immortal? This almost impossible thing happened in the void, and no one saw it. In the cultivation system of the universe, humans were the race at the top of the pyramid. Their strength was higher than any other race in the same realm, except for a few special cases. This point could be understood by looking at the structure of the immortal court. Strange beasts were outstanding in battle, and were equivalent to immemorial beasts. It was possible for them to defeat a human half-immortal, but swallowing two in two mouthfuls was a bit exaggerated. The Chongjiao swayed and continued forward as if nothing had happened. The death of two half-immortals was like a mortal stepping on two ants to him. It did not cause any emotional fluctuation. A month later, they approached the forest fox hidden path. Cultivators would occasionally appear here, but no one paid too much attention to a mutated beast. To these true monarchs, a half-immortal level mutated beast was something they couldn't afford to provoke. The forest fox path was the spiritual heavenly phenomenon holy land for all cultivators. Because it was located in the southern elephant sky, there were many great demons here. Like humans, they entered an illusion here, and then began to fight with each other in the dreamland to see who could last until the end. The Chongjia was only one of the demons with a higher realm. After circling the forest fox path a few times, the Chongjiao's eyes began to sharpen, and were filled with emotions like humans. It was time to enter. This was his choice. The great rock sped on the sea. The sea hare was naked from the waist up, and there were bloodstains on his chest, but he did not care. Over the past few days, their ship had been constantly encountering sea beasts, which had kept him very busy. He had to take care of everything from the front to the back. Even the Sea Widow, who had sailed the sea for decades, was surprised by their invincible luck. It was as if all the sea demons in the Ghost Sea were coming for them, and they had a special attraction. They did not know that the more they resisted, the more dangerous it was, and the more difficult it was for them to avoid this kind of disaster, unless a few accidents happened among the origin power users. Shouldn't we find a nearby port to hide for a while? It's been a bit strange recently, as if the heavens are against us. The Sea Widow shrank back. After all, the great rock was her everything, whether it was the ship or the sailors who had followed her for many years. She had no reason to fight the heavens with everything she had. At her age, she could not afford to fall. The Sea Rabbit stubbornly said, "Not going. I don't believe that I can't kill all of these sirens. Bring as many as you can, Grandpa Rabbit will take them all." He had been very angry recently because the sea monsters not only attacked during the day, but also at night. Therefore, he did not have much time to dig holes and rest. He could not strike a balance between work and rest, which made him anxious and angry. He had to find a place to vent his anger. Sea demons were not humans, so they would not let the sailors off so easily. They would not go to the Sea Widow's nest to look for trouble. Therefore, they had to be on patrol at all times so that they could react immediately. This made him a little angry, so when he killed the sea demons, it was especially bloody. All the sailors and passengers on the Great Rock, except for a limited number of people, did not dare to look at him in the eye. They were afraid that this guy would go crazy and not care about anything. Sea Widow sighed, not knowing what to say. Actually, it didn't make much of a difference whether or not they hid at a certain port. They could hide there for a few days and then come out safely. Perhaps he could just force his way out. At the very least, it wouldn't be a waste of time. As long as he crossed the Ghost Sea, everything would be fine. They had been sailing in the sea for more than half a year, and they would be able to break out of the Ghost Sea in a few more months. Therefore, this damn rabbit's words were not without reason. However, Rabbit, can your body withstand it? Sea Rabbit rolled his eyes. Why can't I withstand it? Big sister, I'll be honest with you. Exercising in your big cabin is much more tiring than killing sea monsters. These sea monsters are also stupid. Instead of rushing like this, they might as well send a few more deep-sea clam girls to threaten me. Big sister, tell me honestly, are you a spy sent by the sea monsters? Sea Widow turned around and left, leaving him to his own death. They could not help in the battle, and casually intervening would only make things worse. Therefore, when the sea monsters attacked the ship recently, her and the three dancers' mission was to protect the sailors. The rest of the battle was left to the two perverts. This way, not only was it efficient, there were also fewer casualties, and it was also worry-free. The current situation could no longer be changed by manpower. There was no good way except to keep moving forward. If they were to find a port to stop at, the morale of these sailors would drop, and they would not be able to recover for several months. On this point, she admired Sea Rabbit's perseverance. Although this guy was usually not serious, when he was serious, he was absolutely reassuring. Sea Rabbit watched her leave, but his heart was not as calm as others thought. He also realized that something was wrong, because all these phenomena seemed to be controlled by a big hand in the dark. He vowed not to give up until he achieved his goal. He also vaguely knew how to break out of this situation. It was nothing more than the death of a few Force users, right? But he was not willing to give in easily. He was not a person who relied on the death of others in exchange for his own safety. He was not such a person, and neither was Mubei. Moreover, who should he sacrifice? They were all good people. He did not know how to break out of this situation, because he did not even know who he was, and what kind of situation he was in. Mubei's story began to slowly show its power, changing the depths of his heart little by little. Or, to some extent, he was different from those Force users who were wholeheartedly struggling in this world. At the very least, he was skeptical of his sudden ability to possess such power from the very beginning. Previously, he was afraid that he would suddenly lose this ability when he woke up one day, But now, he was skeptical of this world. He did not know how long this strange thing would last, but other than waiting, there was nothing he could do. During this period of time, he was basically the one who put in the effort to stop the sea demons. Mubei would occasionally help from the side, but never take the initiative. In the eyes of Sea Widow and the others, this was very supportive. He was a guest, after all, and had no obligation to risk his life. But Sea Rabbit knew that there might be other reasons. He did not ask, because the truth would come to light eventually. In the early hours of the morning, the red sun rose from the sea level. This was one of the most spectacular scenes in the sea, and one would never get tired of looking at it, especially when the red sun finally leaped out of the sea level. It was especially shocking. He felt as if he was about to jump out of the invisible shackles. Unfortunately, the red sun succeeded every time, but he failed every time. When he felt as if he was about to break out of the cage, he was pulled back to this world by an inexplicable force, or perhaps, this dream. A person appeared in his sight. It was Mubei. Seeing him, Sea Rabbit knew that something big had happened. Because all along, this guy would be soaking in his beauty's nest at this time, and would not get up. There's trouble. Mubei's expression was grave. Chapter 2062. The sea hare did not care. We have always been in trouble, okay? You are the only one speaking, but this is just a dream. How troublesome can it be? Mubei ignored his teasing. There is really trouble, big trouble. I feel that a powerful existence has also entered the dream. It is even possible that the two of us together cannot deal with it. The sea hare played it down. You find it troublesome because you know a lot of things that I don't know. As for me, as the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless, so how troublesome can it be? But once you die, you will wake up, which is actually a good thing. All along, this is the story you wanted to tell me, right? Mubei was in a dilemma. On one hand, this fellow had already awakened, even if his awakening was very shallow. On the other hand, he had to reveal more crucial information. He did not know if it was right or wrong to say it now. Would it have a bad effect on him? But the situation was urgent, so he had to make a decision. I told you before that I might be one of the 36 vegetable tyrants in the sky. As for the cultivators who had entered the dream, they were all vegetable farmers who couldn't enter the mainstream. But now, another fellow from the sky has come down, so I said that we are in big trouble. Perhaps death in this dream is true death, and you will never wake up again, and you will never be able to return to your original world. Don't be careless. What I said is true, and I am not trying to scare you. The sea hare smiled faintly. No, this is your trouble, not mine. At least if I take the initiative to slit my own throat, I can still go back, right? Mubei glared at him. Then why don't you wipe it? The sea hare was a little embarrassed. Of course he would not wipe it. It was not certain if it was a dream or not. Why should he leave such a glorious life to escape from unnecessary trouble? So he changed the topic, tempting this fellow to tell more stories. This person who just came in, is he also one of the 36 vegetable tyrants? Mubei shook his head. No. There are many people in the sky, not just 36 vegetable tyrant. Below them, there are many small leaders. For example, yokai too, so there must be people who manage the cabbages, carrots, and sweet potatoes. If you break it down, you'll find that there are many such people. Even though they aren't as powerful as the 36 food tyrants, they're still incomparable to vegetable farmers like you. The sea rabbit was puzzled. That's strange. You're one of the 36 food tyrants, and the one who came in is one of your distributors. Why are you afraid of him? He should be afraid of you, right? Mubei snorted. Because the real me is no longer here. Because I don't even know who I am. Because I'm incomplete. On the other hand, he was still in the sky, a real existence. Therefore, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker when they both entered this place. Most importantly, he might discover me, which is a threat to me. The sea hare keenly found his loophole. Since you're no longer here, what's the point of you wanting to know who you are? I might as well be a brand new me here. Mubei was silent for a long time. You don't understand. But in the end, he would understand. As long as you can completely wake up. If you're not awake, it's useless for me to say anything to you. If you wake up, I don't need to say anything. Rabbit, I have a premonition that this guy has also entered this dream, and he will be transferred to deal with you, a toilet rock. He might appear in human form, or he might appear in the form of a sea demon, but this is not important. What's important is that he has a completely different ability from your previous opponent. You are very strong, and being able to remain undefeated in a battle with me proves this point. But I can't guarantee that you're stronger than him. Everyone is in a dream, and it's hard to say to what extent the original ability can be replicated. What I want to say is, it's not good for me to show my face, so you can only take it on by yourself. Do you have the guts? The sea hare was not provoked. Whether I dare or not depends on my mood. I don't have any psychological burden. In your story, I'm the vegetable farmer below, and he's the small vegetable head above. There's no connection between us, right? Mu Bei did not know how to explain. In the end, some things could not be said too clearly. Not only was he afraid of attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao, he was also afraid that it would affect his own comeback plan. What if it's my request? I request that you kill him, not just drive him away and not defeat him. One day, you will definitely leave here, but I can't leave, and he won't leave either. Sooner or later, we'll meet. The sea hare was very curious. You can't leave because you're trapped in your so-called dream cycle. Let's assume that it's true. What about him? Why can't he go out? And how can people like us go out? Mu Bei gritted his teeth. Because we can't go out consciously. I can't go out passively. He actively doesn't want to go out. Because we're all hiding. The vegetable market in the sky is on fire. All of us can only run to different places to hide until the fire is extinguished. Then we can start anew. The sea hare laughed. So it's the two of you hiding in the same place? So a mountain can't have two tigers? Well, in any case, we have some friendship these days. I'll give it a try and see what kind of ability this newcomer has. To him, it didn't matter. He didn't even have the right to choose. If a strong enemy attacked, could he hide? Would he be willing to hide? Whether Mu Bei went or not, he would definitely rush to the front because there was still a ship behind him that needed to be protected. Moreover, he was looking forward to the collision of power. The only one on this ship that could give him trouble was Mu Bei. Fighting with Mu Bei back and forth, he had lost his passion. He needed a new challenge, a real challenge, not those weak origin power users and sea monsters. He felt that if there was a real him, then he would definitely be a warrior with a heartfelt desire for battle. He turned around and left without asking. Mu Bei's voice came from behind him. Are you in such a hurry to die? Maybe I can provide you with a few ways to kill the other party. Also, there's something you need to pay attention to. The sea hare's voice came, but the person disappeared around the corner. You should take care of yourself. By the way, think about it. I helped you this time, but what about the next time? If this is indeed a good place to hide, then one of those vegetable peddlers of yours will definitely come. Mu Bei's eyes gradually turned cold. It wasn't because he was looked down upon, but because he faintly felt that something was wrong with himself. In his vague guesses about his own main body, he seemed to have never had the habit of relying on others for something like this. This thought only flashed through his mind. He told himself that in order to wait until that day, no matter what he did now, it would be worth it. Chapter 2063. P.S. Recently, my results have been a bit unbearable. I really don't have the face to meet people. Regardless of sales or monthly votes, I have fallen out of the top 100. I have to work harder. I can't just let things go. I have to tell a good story and plan carefully. I also have to trouble my friends to give me some motivation. Vote a few monthly votes. Those who are reading outside can come back and report to the starting point, okay? Getting on the list on a pirated website like Funhouse really makes people speechless. There is only one proper way, the starting point. I sincerely ask for everyone's support. Sea Widow found that the sea hare had become a bit strange these few days. He was not as carefree as before. She had a bad feeling in her heart, but she didn't know what to do. When men didn't grow up, women would blame them for being childish. When they became responsible, they would blame them for being too dull and boring. They were like a stone, keeping everything in their heart. Unexpectedly, the voyage these few days had finally become peaceful. There were no strong winds or waves, nor were there any sea demons wreaking havoc. The rock was getting closer and closer to leaving the ghost sea domain. Calming down meant that everything was on the right track. The sailors didn't need to be on tenterhooks all the time. The passengers started to walk on the deck again. Of course, the sea hare finally had time to go back to his cave to rest. After a sumptuous dinner, Sea Widow looked at this guy vigilantly as he opened a bundle. Inside, there were some strange things. A whip, a rope, a jar of dolphin oil. What are you doing? The sea hare had a serious face. Big sister, I like to explore new areas the most. Only by constantly exploring can humans continue to progress. Nature is like this, and in fact, humans are also like this. Why don't we play a game? I guarantee that Big Sister will forget your troubles and worries. The sea hare stood on a tall observation tower and looked into the distance. Whether this was a dream or not, it was necessary to stand guard for his master, Uncle Shrimp, because he felt that he didn't have much time left on this ship. It was a kind of intuition that suddenly came to him. He also realized that the stories that Mubei had told him might be true. At least, the last story should be true. It was the calm before the storm. The more it was so, the more it meant that he would be facing danger. The only difference was, in what way would it appear? If all these conjectures were true, then would the people who had interacted with him in this dream remember anything after waking up? He didn't care about the others, but he was very curious about Big Sister Hai. Therefore, he deliberately did some very special things, hoping that they would meet again in the future. It had already been more than 10 days, but the sky was still clear and cloudless. Although the weather at sea could change at will, it was still mostly the same. Now, it seemed that the weather for the next few days would still be fine. They were almost out of the ghost sea. In the distance, a very familiar object appeared in his line of sight. It was a mast. A damaged ship. Without any hesitation, he sounded the alarm, for he could see signs of human activity on the half-submerged hull. The rock slightly changed its course. When encountering such a situation on the sea, rescue was the only choice. This was the rule of navigation. Leaving someone in the lurch was an action that would be despised by the entire navigation world. There was no need to worry that this was a trap. On land, such a trap could be set up, but at sea, no one would sink their own ship just to plot against a passing merchant ship. That would be too stupid. Most likely, they would not be able to plot against anyone, and would first be buried in the belly of the fish. The sailors were running on the deck, preparing ropes and small boats. The current sea conditions were not bad, and there were conditions to release small boats. It was a busy scene. He watched from the observation deck, and checked the limited equipment on his body, a short thorn and a long sword. It was a very ingenious method, as if he had already written a script. But too many coincidences made everything unnatural, even if every accident he experienced seemed very natural. Too much naturalness added together was unnaturalness. Coincidences, after all, only accounted for a very small part of a human's life experience, and did not happen frequently. It was as if a person's life was compressed into a short period of time, and it was too deliberate. If the danger that Mubei mentioned really existed, it should be among this group of people who suffered from the sea. He would not let the Sea Widow refuse to help just because there was such a possibility. This was not his way of doing things. It was as if there was a pair of big hands controlling everything, designing the plot, and it was not something he could avoid even if he wanted to. The only good news was that this danger appeared in the form of a human. This at least made the battle more normal. Sea monsters could jump back into the sea to escape if they could not defeat them, and he could not chase after them. Therefore, he could only wait quietly, waiting for this person to be rescued, waiting for him to reveal his true intentions. On the second deck, Mubei stuck his head out and waved at him. He knew what this guy meant. He did not know why, but there was a trace of disappointment in his heart. Originally, in his opinion, this Mubei's ability in swordsmanship was unfathomable, but when he chose to hide, some things changed. A person who did not dare to face, no matter what his background was nothing to be afraid of. A total of more than 10 people were rescued onto the rock. Among them, there was only one force user, and that was a big fatty. He was sitting in front of the rope, drinking water with all his might. Even in the midst of a disaster, his smiling appearance could make people have a good impression of him. Slipping down the mast, the sea hare found the busy sea widow. Big sister, clear the front deck later, I have a use for it. The sea widow seemed to have understood something. Hare, we must save these people. The sea hare smiled, I know, otherwise I would have pretended not to see it on the lookout. This is a disaster that cannot be avoided. Big sister, you and those dancers should not interfere, it will affect my judgment. The sea widow knew what he said was right. After this period of fighting, she was very clear about the gap in their abilities. In a high-end battlefield, rashly joining would not lead to any results other than causing trouble. Will Mubei help you? The sea hare smiled, no. The strangeness in this circle may be very complicated. You only need to remember not to casually join in, that is the best protection for yourself. Under the instructions of the sea widow, the people who suffered from the sea were brought down to the cabin to rest. After many days of lack of food and clothing, they needed to recuperate. The front deck was gradually emptied until there was only one person left, the fatty. No one paid attention to him, but the fatty did not mind, as if everything was normal. He just drank water endlessly and leaned against the side of the ship, as if this was the most comfortable place. The sea hare slowly walked over. This journey was very difficult for him, not because of the unpredictable battle that might happen next. He had never been afraid of battle. In his opinion, a problem that could be solved with battle was not a problem. The problem was those that could not be solved with battle. After several months of sailing, he did not believe Mubei's story at the beginning, but now he was basically certain. This psychological process was very subtle. What he did not understand was why he was the only one who realized the problem of this world. Why was it a problem with his own ability, but the others did not? Mubei's words were basically trustworthy, but it was inevitable that 9 out of 10 were true and 1 was false. He originally thought that he would only be able to solve this mystery when he reached the central continent, but now it seemed that it would be brought forward. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 2064. The fatty looked at him with doubt. This was not the person he was waiting for. A spiritual astronomical body like the forest fox path would definitely affect the mental state of cultivators, even immortals. However, nothing was absolute in the cultivation world, as long as you were willing to pay the price. He paid the price, and it was not a light price. That was why he was able to enter this place with his consciousness intact and remain conscious even in the dream world. He thought that he could wait here safely, but when he entered, he felt an existence similar to him. This was the special mutual perception between immortals. No one could hide from the other. The question was, who was the one who was one step ahead of him? Could they coexist, or could only one be left? If he could understand all of this, the other party would be able to do it too. They were attracted to each other, and that was why he was waiting here. However, the young sailor who walked over was not one of them. He was just the soul of an ordinary cultivator from the main world who was pulled in. His main purpose in coming here was to meet another immortal soul who had entered the dream. His secondary purpose was to fulfill the requirements of the hidden forest fox path and clear out the origin power users on the Great Rock to an acceptable range. Since this sailor was so arrogant, he didn't mind eliminating him first. With his temper, he could not stand those so-called monsters in the lower realm who were not very capable but were very good at pretending. He was too lazy to speak. His body suddenly bounced up like a ball and crashed into his opponent. In the Spirit Fox's dreamscape, everyone's abilities were directly related to the attributes of their original body. His original body was an immortal, so his attributes were obvious. Even though he had paid a huge price to maintain his consciousness, even with such a discount, it was still not something that a cultivator from the lower realm could withstand. His opponent was dumbfounded. He did not move or dodge when the fatty charged at him, as if he was scared silly. Then, with a flip of his hand, a cold light flashed, and he was already charging at the fatty like a javelin. It was a long sword, and no ordinary long sword. In Dreamlands, when everyone's power was standardized into origin power, the battles became more primitive. There were no more mysterious spells, and there were no more Dao Realm experts to wreak havoc. The fatty was confident that he had the absolute advantage in origin power, but this did not guarantee that the longsword would not pierce through his head. His long lifespan had given him incomparably skillful experience. His curled-up body spun to avoid the longsword stab, and when his body moved to the other side, he threw out a punch. However, his opponent was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The moment he drew his sword, his body turned at the same time. It was as if the two of them had discussed this beforehand. His target was still his head. Incomparably accurate. Fatty had no choice but to continue spinning. He was starting to regret his arrogance. He should have found a weapon. This was a very awkward situation. Who would have thought that an immortal's dream would be so embarrassing? No matter how he spun, the sword would always be aimed at his head. Amateurs might be surprised by the sharpness of this person's swordsmanship, but only experts would secretly praise his footwork, sharp insight, and the determination to strike with his sword. It was precisely because of this mentality of treating every attack as if it was the last time that Fatty didn't dare to carelessly touch the sword's edge. After 7 or 8 turns, Fatty had no choice but to land on the ground. This was not the void of the universe, and he didn't have the ability to fly. His floating body was supported by the origin power, but there was a limit to it. He only needed to borrow strength once. With a tap of his toes, he could only see countless lights and shadows in front of him. After 7 or 8 simple strikes, his opponent suddenly changed the way he wielded his sword. The long sword swung out of the light screen, and when he was about to borrow strength to pull it up, his opponent changed from a tap to a chop, still aiming for the top of his head. Too troublesome. Fatty twisted his body, tapped on the tip of his toes, and leaped into the air. Just as he leaped into the air, he felt a cold light coming back at him. 7 stabs, 8 times concealing the complexity of his swordsmanship. The light screen of the sword's shadow confused his mind, the chop took away his will, and the counterattack cut at his roots. All these changes could only be explained by one word: flowing like water. Fatty didn't dodge the last attack. He could only gather his origin power at the bottom of his body, making it as hard as gold, and continue to spin to deflect the sword's edge. Although he actually didn't need this part, it would be too embarrassing if he lost it. If word got out, he wouldn't have the face to cultivate anymore. A stream of blood flowed down his pants. Even if he tried his best, he still couldn't avoid being injured. This was a serious blow to Fatty's self-esteem. The experience accumulated from his long life allowed him to remain calm. He instantly retreated from the longsword's attack range. The origin power circulated, and the bleeding stopped. It wasn't a serious injury, but it was a little indecent. He was enraged, but there was a smile on his face. "Young man, you're really good. It's a pity that you're here with your strength. It seems that the rock being able to hold on until now is thanks to you. Since the killing intent had been aroused, it wouldn't be as simple as just sending him out of the dreamland. He was the projection of an immortal's consciousness here." Although he had to abide by the rules of the Forest Fox Dreamland, an immortal was an immortal. There would always be some methods that the lower realm couldn't understand. There were no deaths or injuries in the Forest Fox Dreamland. When an individual died in the Dreamland, they would return to their body in the outside world. It was a failure of the test, and it didn't have much benefit to the growth of spiritual power. Only the person who persevered to the end would be able to obtain the greatest benefits. This rule couldn't be broken, and he couldn't break it. However, he could use other methods to cause harm to the person in the dreamland. For example, he could cause the person's memory to be reversed after leaving the dreamland. He would only remember his life in the dreamland and lose his real life. Of course, he wouldn't do a routine killing. There was no need for that. However, he wouldn't be merciful to this lower realm cultivator who had humiliated him the moment he arrived. As he retreated, he raised his palm and held an anchor chain in his hand. It was very suitable to deal with short weapons like swords. However, it was very troublesome to control, and he might hurt himself if he didn't do it well. Of course, this problem was meaningless to him. The extreme use of power had long been engraved in the depths of his soul. The chain was an extension of his hand. The fatty was very emotional. He was a real immortal's divided soul, but he was actually fighting with a chainsword. This was something he didn't expect before he came here. His preparation work was on how to enter the forest fox dreamland. How to use the death of the carrier beast in exchange for not losing his consciousness after entering the dreamland. How to suppress his strength to obtain the qualification to endlessly cycle in the dreamland. All of this was not to deal with these ants, but to deceive his peers in the immortal court. He was quietly recuperating here, waiting for the change of the era. When the time came, places like the Forest Fox Dreamland would definitely change to adapt to the new era. When that time came, he would naturally regain his freedom and carry out his long-planned comeback plan. Every immortal did the same thing. It was just that the method was different. His method was to separate his body and soul. In the future, his new body would be in one place, and his divided soul would hide here. But now, it seemed that he wasn't the first immortal to think this way. Chapter 2065. The sea hare gazed coldly at his opponent. He had stopped considering anything else since the start of the battle. He had become more and more aware of his situation during these days, especially in terms of combat and swords. Swords are afraid of long weapons. Even a true expert swordsman wouldn't think so. If you were to use a long weapon, you would lose in terms of courage, to say nothing of other things. It was too naive to think you could keep the enemy at bay just because you had a long weapon. A swordsman should be most careful of a dagger user. Long weapons were strong while short weapons were dangerous. In close combat, the shorter the weapon, the more outstanding the courage. Only those who had the courage to trade life for life were good opponents. This fatty's origin power cultivation was truly high. Under the circulation of his origin power, even the softest part of his body was as hard as metal and stone. That flick of his would have been enough to tear an ordinary sea beast into two pieces. Yet, the fatty only managed to leave a cut without any effect. But that was all there was to it. It was wishful thinking to think that the length of the chain could stop him. The chain danced in the air, rolling up layers of black light. It was as though he were in the midst of a perilous sea, and the ear-piercing screech reverberated constantly. It was as though he were at the center of a storm where attacks could come from all directions. The pressure was much greater than the sea hare had imagined. In theory, he didn't fear the length of the chain, but it was a different matter if he wanted to display this fearlessness in actual combat. The fatty's choice seemed ordinary, but the seemingly brute force of the chain's dance possessed considerable lethality when paired with his incomparably profound origin power. Due to the disparity in origin power, his long sword couldn't be effective unless it struck a vital point. On the other hand, if he were to be struck by the chain, the lightest result would be a broken bone or tendon under the collision of origin power. Under the infusion of surging origin power, the chain sometimes moved like a whip, sometimes like a spear, and sometimes like a fan. There wasn't much tactical coherence to it, but the dance of the chain still caused the sea hare to complain incessantly. He found that he couldn't quite get close. Even though he could discover the gaps in the chain's dance, such gaps were fleeting under the restriction of distance. It was the first time he hadn't had the time and space to stab out. This was the first time he had felt powerless in a one-on-one battle. He was at his wit's end. He was very depressed here, but the person who was more depressed was actually Fatty. Who would believe that an immortal's consciousness could not immediately take down the opponent after using all his strength? Inside the cockpit, Sea Widow's brows were tightly knitted. The three dancers beside her had nervous expressions. They had sensed danger, and if the sea rabbit could not withstand it, there would be no suspense when it came to their turn. "Do you want us to surround them? While the rabbit is still able to persevere. If it were any later, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be in this situation now," one of the dancers said hesitantly, but she also doubted the meaning of them surrounding him. They were like cotton fluttering in the wind. What could they do? The sea widow shook her head and refused. She had been in a high position for a long time and was good at making decisions. She was very rational when it came to judging gains and losses. The key point was that based on her understanding of the sea rabbit, even if it was defeated, it would not be defeated in such a cowardly manner. It would definitely cause a huge commotion. Right now, it was only a disadvantage and not a defeat. She turned back and glanced at the cabin. Actually, Mu Bei's participation was the best response. She had previously advised the rabbit to wait for this person with evil intentions to make a move first and stain his hands with blood. At that time, it would be best for the rabbit to take action. At that time, they would have a reason to ask Mu Bei to help. Now, it was hard to say. After all, the other party was a guest. Powerful origin power experts would always have their own unique way of thinking. Those who did not reach their level would never understand. In fact, she had also arranged crossbowmen near the cockpit, but now it seemed that it was better not to use them. Otherwise, it would bring disaster to these ordinary people. She waited anxiously, not knowing what the result would be. Mu Bei stood in front of the porthole, somewhat in a dilemma. In a short moment, he had already seen clearly the avatar of this immortal who had rashly barged in. To be honest, it was weaker than he had imagined. This did not mean that it was easy to deal with. Instead, it meant that this split soul had paid a certain price to barge in and maintain a clear consciousness. Furthermore, it wanted to continue the same cycle as him in the dream. If he joined in, ending the battle would not be a problem. However, he had concerns, external and internal. As a guest of the Forest Fox fantasy realm, he had the obligation to maintain the plot of the fantasy realm. Just like now, if he joined forces with the Sea Rabbit, the fantasy realm would not be able to do anything to this ship of people. The Forest Fox fantasy realm was very humane. It did not ask him to deal with this troublesome sea rabbit. Instead, it arranged for someone else to do it. This was giving him face. This was an external reason. The internal concern was that although they could sense each other's existence, it was only a sense of existence. They could not specifically distinguish who the other party was. However, once they met face to face and came into close contact, it would be difficult to hide each other's roots. He did not want the news of him hiding here to spread out. He had too many enemies in the immortal court, too many to count. Once it was leaked, there would be endless trouble in the future. He, who had lost his true body and only had the name of an immortal, could not withstand the attacks of these real immortals. This was the reason why he could only hide on the side and ask the sea rabbit to take action. In fact, even if he did not speak, the sea rabbit would still do it without hesitation. This was something determined by its personality. Who was this fatty? Which master of the immortal court was he? He actually did not know. There were too many masters, and his connections seemed to be very limited. Now, he had lost a lot of his memories. However, his instinctive fighting vision was still there. This was what he was most proud of. This fat immortal did have the advantage, but it would still take time to turn the advantage into a victory, not to mention turning the victory into a killing move. It was not easy. He had fought with this rabbit for a few months and knew how difficult it was to deal with. It was definitely not a person who was willing to be captured. Now, he was circling around step by step, just to find the opponent's pattern of attack and an opportunity worth taking a risk. An opportunity would definitely appear, whether it was the loss of origin power, the turbulence of the ship, or other external factors. Therefore, it was really hard to say who would have the last laugh. At least he knew that he might not be better than this rabbit. Too many of his abilities were sealed. Otherwise, with his status in the immortal court, if his subsoul was here, he could easily crush an existence like Fatty Immortal. What he was worried about was other aspects. For example, the strange rhythm contained in the dancing of the anchor chain. This was not normal. In battle, there was no need to use sound waves to affect the opponent. That was a method that was effective against people with weak wills. For people like the sea rabbit, it was just scratching an itch through the boot. Therefore, there must be some other purpose. When he listened attentively, he quickly understood the fat immortal's intention. He was hurt by a sword strike, So he wanted to take revenge maliciously? Reverse memory? This kind of method would be useful against ordinary cultivators, but in the few months of contact with this rabbit, he found that this person's mental consciousness was very strange. It was not completely in a state of being controlled by the dreamland. Instead, it was 90% in a dream and 10% awake. Chapter 2066. Mubei judged that the sea rabbit must have carried out an extremely clever protection on his consciousness before coming in, therefore, he could still maintain a rare trace of sobriety. The external manifestation of this trace of sobriety was his suspicion of the world and his own changes. Although he didn't understand why all of this was happening, he didn't think that all of this should be taken for granted. Therefore, he had doubts in his heart and looked at everything around him with a suspicious gaze. The more he looked, the more suspicious he became. In addition, his stories were slowly fermenting in his heart. His suspicions grew deeper and deeper, and he was getting closer and closer to waking up. This was the most fundamental difference between the sea rabbit and the other lower realm cultivators who came in. The other people had no doubts about the world they were in, so his stories had no chance for them to take advantage of them. The sea rabbit had a gap in his heart, so after his series of stories, success came naturally. It was precisely because this rabbit had such a peculiarity that it was very doubtful whether the fat immortal's mind reversal technique could succeed. Mubei knew the details of this rabbit, but the fat immortal didn't. He had just arrived and fought with it, so how could he know the uniqueness of this rabbit? It could be said that it was in a state of half dreaming and half awake. It was just that it was more dreaming and less awake. Under such circumstances, if the fat immortal's main body came, then of course, there wouldn't be any accident. If he said that he could reverse the rabbit's memory, then he would definitely be able to reverse it. But the problem was that the fat immortal wasn't the main body, he was also in a dream, and he used his ability to exchange for the conditions to stay in the forest fox illusion. This was a world of origin power, an illusion world controlled by the forest fox hidden path. There would be no flying, no wind, and no rain. If he wanted to display a special ability, he could only play a borderline game, and it was a shrunken, castrated, simplified version of borderline game. The strange rhythm formed by the waving of the anchor chain was to achieve such an effect, but whether it could really be achieved was a big question mark. To him, this meant one possibility. If the fat immortal's mistake allowed the sea rabbit to recover his memory in the dream, then it would be great news for him. He could immediately know who he was, the situation of the outside world, the changes in the universe, and the development of the situation were very important to him. He needed enough information to decide what to do next, including the time of his comeback. Although he didn't participate in the battle, he was sincerely cheering for Sea Rabbit and Fat Immortal. He hoped that Fat Immortal could complete his memory reversal as soon as possible. He reminded himself that he must not reveal himself. Immortals' divided souls and main souls were interconnected. If the divided soul received the news here, the main soul would also receive the news at the same time. He could not take this risk. He had waited for tens of thousands of years. Could he not wait for a few moments now? In his heart, there was actually another kind of persistence, and that was the persistence of the sword. This kind of persistence should have been above all other kinds of persistence, but in the tens of thousands of years in the dream realm, reality cruelly defeated ideals. He began to feel at ease as he watched others fight for opportunities for him. He even felt that it was natural. The sea hare was walking in circles on the front deck, not blindly retreating. Just as Mubei had expected, he still had energy to spare, but he was just stalling for time to see if this fatty's origin power would weaken in the fierce battle. The answer was bad news. Even in the fierce circulation of origin power, the fatty's origin power level was not the slightest bit tired. Instead, it became more and more threatening as he slowly became more proficient in the use of the anchor chain. This made him realize another principle of swordsmanship: don't guess what your opponent will do. In fact, most of the guesses were not reliable. The swordsman should think more about what he should do, maintain pressure, maintain selflessness. He began to comprehend more things in the passive battle, things that did not belong to him in this life. He began to believe that if he could get all the combat skills he once had, this fatty would just be a slightly wider hurdle, right? Since the opponent was still strong, he decided not to wait any longer. He took the initiative to look for an opportunity to exchange injury for life. This was also the principle of swordsmanship. Don't wait until you are exhausted and have no way out before going all out. That was a passive deathbed struggle, and the result would not be good. He had long been familiar with Fat Immortal's anchor chain routine. Its principle was to swing far and near in circles, like an arm moving the finger. The rotation was smooth, and the connection was natural. It was a good chain. But no matter how good a chain user was, they could not go against the natural laws of this world. For example, to change from a clockwise rotation to a counterclockwise rotation, they had to overcome a huge inertia. No matter how strong the origin power was, there was a connection process during this period. However, Fat Immortal's figure was very flexible. He controlled the distance between himself and the opponent to make up for the rotation of the anchor chain. The sea hare knew what to do. Its body suddenly snatched the anchor chain as it was about to pass by its nose. The anchor chain would only be able to hit him after it had rotated once. This gap was within a breath's time. Those who were not determined would not think that this was a suitable opportunity. But for him, the time was completely enough. Fat Immortal's reaction was unusually sharp. He had long been on guard against the opponent getting close to him when his anchor chain was swinging outside, so he quickly retreated in the process of the sea hare's snatching. At the same time, the anchor chain sped up. But the sea hare was fainting. After making a forward movement, it immediately jumped back, dodging the rapidly spinning anchor chain, and continued to pounce forward. This happened again and again. Fat Immortal had already danced the anchor chain in his hand to a point where it could not be sped up any further. This time, his forward pounce was a real one. His whole body was in front of him, and his feet were behind him. Fat Immortal was still retreating. Under the infusion of origin power, the anchor chain instantly became as hard as a spear. He turned his head to look at the moon. This counterstabbing technique on horseback was extremely stable, accurate, and ruthless. The sea hare knew that it could not block with its long sword. As long as the weapons of both sides came into contact, the effect of the soft weapon's entanglement would immediately become obvious. It would enter a state of origin power stalemate that it did not want to enter the most. It had no chance of victory. It leaned sideways and brushed past the spear. At the same time, it erected a short spike in its left hand, which shattered into fine powder as the anchor chain rolled. The long sword in its right hand had already pierced forward. Fat Immortal did not panic in the face of danger. The momentum of the spear was broken. He swung his hands, holding the anchor chain horizontally like a pair of truncheons. He no longer retreated, but took the initiative to move forward. With 2 moves, the long sword pierced straight into Fat Immortal's mouth. However, Fat Immortal bit down on it with his good teeth. The sound of scraping against the bottom of a pot could be heard, but it could not go any further after a few inches. At the same time, the anchor chain in his hands was like a noose. It was aimed right at the sea hare's neck. If this twist was successful, not to mention a cartilage neck, even a pillar of metal and stone would be twisted into pieces. Sea hare's sword was already worn out, and it was held in Fat Immortal's mouth. If he did not let go of the sword, he would not be able to avoid this life-threatening twist. But if he did, then there would be no need to continue fighting. The short spike and long sword were all gone, and his origin power was far inferior. There would be no hope for him to continue fighting. However, there was no fear in his eyes, and he did not let go of the sword either. Fat Immortal suddenly felt his body being violently thrown upwards. This was a huge wave that was attacking. The entire bow of rock was lifted up high, and of course, Fat Immortal's hands were lifted up as well. The 2 people crossed each other. The sword did not succeed, and the twist did not connect. However, the various changes that occurred caused everyone to be alarmed. Chapter 2067. The sea rabbit secretly lamented that it was a pity that its risky move with the help of the waves did not achieve its goal. It had been sailing on the sea for more than half a year, and it wanted to borrow the power of nature, but the fatty's steel teeth made its plan fail. The fatty had a lingering fear in his heart. If this guy was placed in the origin world, he would definitely be one of the most outstanding half-immortals, and he was especially good at close combat. Looking at his proficiency in using swords, he was most likely a sword cultivator. If this guy was placed in the immortal court, this would be the most troublesome orthodoxy. Holding a sword in his teeth was not his strong point, but he was forced to do so. There was no other way. Because of the origin power, the teeth were the hardest part of a human. The anchor chain continued to dance, and the rhythm was hidden in it. Originally, it was dispensable, but now, if it did not destroy this guy's path, it would be in vain to call itself an immortal. Such a move would shake the immortal lattice of this part of his soul to a certain extent, but he could not care so much now. This was a big matter related to the honor and dignity of an immortal. The key was that there was still an immortal's consciousness on this ship. His disgraceful behavior today might be spread to the immortal court, which was something he could not tolerate. Immortals would not do anything in desperation, but they would also fly into a rage out of humiliation. He had to deal with it quickly, and then he had a more important opponent. The fatty, who had completely let go of his mentality, no longer reserved his strength to guard against the possible attack of another immortal. He began to focus all his attention on this damned swordsman. The strength of the anchor chain increased a little. Very secretly, the sharp whistling sound gradually invaded the other party's brain cortex, and began to prepare for a mental attack that would reverse memory. When the fatty went all out, the sea rabbit began to feel heavy pressure. No matter how exquisite his swordsmanship was, he did not completely inherit the swordsmanship inheritance, and there was an insurmountable gap between the two realms. The mental pressure began to appear, but he did not understand why. With his level of origin power, it should not be, but the terrible situation still happened. It was as if thousands of small needles were massaging his brain. In such a situation, even a fool would know that the situation was not good. He could even easily resist the mental attack of the Golden Helmet Ghost King, but he did not expect that this ordinary-looking fatty could reach such a high level of mental invasion in the whistling sound. In the eyes of others, the sea hare had begun to fight with all its might. The last time he risked his life, it was under careful planning. Although he didn't succeed, at least he wasn't injured. But this time, it was different. It was a last-ditch struggle knowing that he was no match for the enemy. In this world where there were no other methods, the huge difference in origin power basically determined the outcome. Even if the chain didn't directly hit the body, it would still cause serious damage. The unfamiliarity of the chain made the sea hare's defense very difficult. He had already been sent flying many times. If it wasn't for Fatty deliberately not killing him and deliberately sending him out after the memory was reversed, he would have already been sent away. Widow Hai saw that something was wrong and was about to lead people to help, but she was stopped by Mu Bei. "Don't panic, it's not over yet. You should have confidence in the rabbit." Sea Widow glared at him. "Mu Bei, did you do it on purpose? If the two of you had worked together, it wouldn't have been so difficult." Mu Bei shook her head and said coldly, "Don't go down. I'll only say this once." Widow Hai was still struggling, but several dancers had already clamped her. Just like how Widow Hai had complete trust in the sea hare, these dancers also obeyed Mu Bei's words. They had good intentions, but this process was really unbearable. The sea hare finally realized that human strength was sometimes limited. Ever since he had obtained a powerful ability, this was the first time he had truly suffered a loss. But this kind of predicament didn't destroy his self-confidence, because this meant that his strength outside of the dream was far inferior to those immortals in the sky. This was acceptable. He was still looking for a way to perish together, but this kind of effort was getting weaker and weaker. It wasn't a problem of willpower, but that he now had a splitting headache, and it was very difficult to concentrate. Fatty's rhythmic harassment had now become an attack, and he no longer hid his true purpose. Only now did the sea hare understand that this powerful Fatty seemed to value spiritual rhythmic attacks more than directly killing him. It seemed to be a bit of a reversal of priorities. Shouldn't the rhythmic influence be used as a supplement, and killing him as the ultimate goal? How come now the anchor attack was used as a supplement, and the rhythmic attack was more important? There must be a reason for this abnormality. Even if he hadn't awakened his original memories, he also realized that there was something fishy about this. A simple judgment was that Fatty and Mubei were both people who had some understanding of the real world. If they both thought that spiritual attacks were more important than physical destruction, then there must be a reason for doing so. On this ship, life and death weren't important. What was important was the spiritual confrontation. The sea hare quickly grasped the essence of the problem. Although he didn't know the specific reason why Fatty did this, but where the enemy was, he had to be important. His ability was completely reflected in the application of the Force, and he knew nothing about spiritual things. So even though he knew that he might be in danger, he didn't know how to deal with it. The only thing he could do was to flow more of the Force to his brain, but under Fatty's incomparably powerful rhythmic disturbance, his resistance was like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. What did the human brain look like? He had no knowledge in this field, and no one in this world could teach him this kind of thing. However, when he directed more of his origin power towards his brain, he could vaguely feel a rough outline. It was like a hemispherical object, and outside the hemispherical object, there were tens of thousands of needle-like attacks pressuring him. This was the root cause of his splitting headache. His force level wasn't enough to completely resist, and he retreated step by step. The needle-like feeling was getting more and more intense, as if the needles were piercing deeper and deeper. Perhaps, when it reached a certain depth, a certain range, the opponent would achieve his goal. How should he break out of this situation? For a soul in a dream who didn't know anything about cultivation, this was a huge test. The pain was getting more and more intense, so intense that he couldn't think. If he didn't make a decision, he would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This was no longer a matter of pure willpower, but a real attack that was destroying his brain. In the eyes of the few people in the cockpit, the battle between both sides was very strange. Fatty's anchor chain was weak, and he clearly had countless opportunities to kill the enemy under the anchor, but he missed them time and time again. The sea hare's counterattack was absent-minded, and it no longer had the incomparable momentum from before. They looked more like they were dancing than fighting. It was like two drunkards were gesturing. Sea Widow was even more worried, but Mubei was the only one among the spectators who knew the inside story. Don't worry. They are still fighting. It's just that it's not within the scope of normal understanding, it's a spiritual aspect that you can't understand. So, it's still hard to say who will win. Chapter 2068. Will the rabbit be in danger? The Sea Widow couldn't move, but she didn't trust Mubei too much. Mubei sneered, "Is there a battle that isn't dangerous? Whether it's a sword strike or something else?" From the moment the rabbit charged up, he was very clear about his situation. This is the world of the strong, you don't understand. But there is one point, you must at least understand what should be done and what shouldn't be done. He was actually completely unsure about the direction of the battle. But for him, it was worth a gamble. Using the future of others to bet on his own future, this wasn't a big deal in the cultivation world. He and the rabbit weren't friends. How could they become friends in just a few short months? Could the consciousness of immortals and mortals blend equally? This was the trade-off of benefits. In this aspect, he had the advantage of unequal information. In his eyes, the sea rabbit was just one of the countless struggling members of the main world. He might be a bit more outstanding, but that was all. He was still far from becoming an immortal. On the big stage of the universe's changes, everyone had their own position that couldn't be overstepped. If you were a stepping stone, you could only enjoy the treatment of a stepping stone. This had never changed. In the history of cultivation, there were countless existences at the bottom that constantly struggled. This was the true portrayal of the cultivation world. It couldn't be considered a pity. The sea rabbit felt that he was on the verge of losing control of his mind. He had to make a choice. There wasn't much time to consider it thoroughly. When he focused most of his origin power on his brain, he gained a clear understanding of his brain. the most intricate mental storage of a human being. It was hemispherical, a hemispherical shape that was under attack from all directions. This was physical knowledge, and also conscious knowledge. Conscious knowledge was that it was as if all of his memory storage was starting to change under the attack. And this process was still accelerating. By the time it reached a certain point, it would probably be completely unrecognizable. Could a person's memory be completely renewed? He didn't know. But what if it wasn't a complete renewal, but an exchange of old memories for new ones? What if it was just the memories outside the dream and the memories in the dream that were exchanged? If everything Mu Bei said was true, this was probably the reason why he could change from the outside world to the sea rabbit in the dream, right? There were two kinds of memories. One was what he really had, and it was currently being covered up. The other was in the dream, and it was forced on him by Lin, whose illusion. With a basic theoretical judgment, there would be a direction. He realized that not all of his memories were forced upon him by the illusion. There was still a portion that was not affected by the fatty's mental attack. This part should be the thing he brought into the illusion from the outside world. It was also the part that made him suddenly powerful. It was also the part that Mu Bei said made him different from others. It was precisely because it was his own consciousness from the outside world that Fatty's mental attack was useless against it. His only chance of survival was in this part. What should he do? He didn't know either. The only thing he could use right now was the insignificant amount of force he had compared to the Fatty. As a final gamble, he didn't waste any more force to defend against the Fatty's mental attack. Instead, he focused all his force on the remaining 10% of his force that wasn't attacked. This was his intuition, and there was nothing he could do. However, it was precisely because of this action that the powerful energy poured into the small portion of normal memory, instantly activating the protective mechanism he had placed on his cerebral cortex before entering the hidden path of the forest folk. This mechanism had been inexplicably blocked after he entered the illusion. But now, this layer of protection mechanism had been reactivated. This was the ultimate protective mechanism he had set up for himself after encountering the anchor beast at the reflecting mirror wall. It was to prevent himself from being mysteriously pulled into a dream in the future without knowing it. The idea was good, and the method was correct. However, he didn't expect that this time, it wasn't a person who pulled him into a dream, but a spiritual phenomenon. Therefore, he was still pulled into a dream. The mechanism he had set up didn't perform as well as it should have. The only effect was that he didn't enter a dream as deeply as the others. It was so heavy. It was also because of this little bit of clarity that he could sense the danger he was in and find a way to solve it. Once the self-conscious memory protection was activated, his entire brain was instantly activated. Past life, present life, right and wrong, cause and effect, everything was vivid in his mind. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He, the big shit stick Lu, was back. The fatty almost immediately realized some unexpected changes, but his reaction wasn't as fast as a swordsman who had been dancing on the edge of a knife his entire life. The mental plane could only solve the internal problem. The real solution still depended on the long sword. Lu Xiaoyi suddenly rushed forward, his body rolling along the anchor chain. Although he was covered in wounds, his current strength was incomparable to the sea rabbit state. That was the true swordsman's sword-wielding technique. It was a supreme sword technique that had been honed over a long period of time. It was a completely different concept after clashing with the swordsman of the Western Brightsword Mansion. It looked like a life and death struggle. After all, the fatty had been an immortal for too long. It was so long that he had forgotten what it meant to be truly ferocious. He wanted to rely on the anchor chain to resist, but the next moment, his hands became lighter. His 10 fingers holding the chain had been cut off by the sword light. The sword light didn't stop, like a maggot attached to a bone. Even if he tried his best to retreat, he couldn't avoid the venomous snake-like pursuit. Under his astonished gaze, the sword light went up after cutting off his fingers, turning his left arm into a bloody mess. All of his struggles and all of his efforts in close combat had failed to protect him in the slightest. Just like how he had an overwhelming advantage in the force, The swordsmanship displayed by his opponent at this moment was not something he could compare to in terms of weapons. When the long sword stabbed into his mouth again, he wanted to bite it like last time, but the strange vibrations from the sword made him unable to open his teeth. A blow to the brain. It was the same destruction of the brain's memory. The Dharma vein liked to twist and turn the mind, but the sword vein was more direct. It directly cut the flesh and blood cells into paste. Fatty opened his mouth wide. He was a spiritual consciousness, so he had nowhere to run. This was because he couldn't return to his real body outside after death. In order to achieve his goal of hiding here, he had reached an agreement with Lin, whose spiritual astronomical phenomenon. He couldn't die. Death was the end. To him, this agreement was not dangerous at all. Who could kill the soul fragment of an immortal here? After paying such a huge price, he obtained the right to enter the dreamlands and maintain his consciousness, as well as the right to loop endlessly in the dreamland. But the funny thing was, this right brought him true death. The world was unpredictable. Chapter 2069. The reversal came out of the blue. In just a few breaths, the powerful fat man had turned into a corpse and disappeared into the sea. This made the people watching from afar sigh in relief. They all thought that this was just the sea rabbit strategy, showing weakness first and then delivering a fatal blow. Only Mubei knew that this was not all. But the time was too short, so he was not completely sure. Some things were hidden under the iceberg, which was illogical. Based on his experience, if the sea hare had recovered its memories of the outside world and completely awakened, he wouldn't have been able to turn the tables so quickly. There was always a process for a counterattack. The recovery of memories required adaptation, and it wasn't something that could be changed into another person just because one wanted to. Although he could not use the Fat Immortal's methods, he still had experience. The Fat Immortal's rhythmic attack had not reached its peak, so it could not overturn the sea rabbit's memory. He estimated that it would take some time to achieve such an effect. Therefore, he was not sure whether the sea rabbit had completely awakened. But the sea rabbit's following performance proved that his combat ability had completely recovered, otherwise, he would not have been able to kill him so cleanly. He had fought with the sea rabbit countless times, so he knew his level of strength. How could he suddenly rise to such a level? The situation was somewhat out of his control, so there were gains and losses for him. The gain was that he had completely gotten rid of the hidden danger of being discovered by the Immortal Court, and the loss was because of the Fat Immortal's death. In the end, the task of eliminating the origin power on the Great Rock could only fall on his head. Originally, he thought that the sea rabbit would be the one to die. The situation had become complicated. Privately, he was very willing to have a good relationship with this half-immortal of the main world with endless potential, and also to understand the specific situation of the outside world and who he was. He was sure that the sea rabbit already knew, at least part of it. But publicly, he was in the Forest Fox illusion, so he had the obligation to cooperate with the operation of the illusion. The illusion required that there could only be one winner on this ship other than him, so he had the responsibility to help the illusion achieve this. If there was only one winner, he would of course choose the sea rabbit, which was a win-win situation. But what about the other 4 women? With the sea rabbit's temperament, he would have to keep protecting them, which conflicted with his mission. There was still a need to talk. But overall, it was an unexpectedly good result for him. The sea hare's wounds were bandaged slightly. Because they were caused by the anchor chain, most of them were bruises with patches of green and purple. Although they looked scary, their effects on origin power users were limited. Widow C's tone was filled with resentment. It could have been much simpler, but you just had to make everyone so afraid. A living rabbit was almost turned into a dead rabbit. Lu Xiaoyi glanced at her. In this world filled with danger, in this fantastical voyage, the Sea Widow was the only person who could leave him with good memories. Moreover, he knew that he could not seek revenge after leaving this place. It happened in the dream, so it happened in the dream. It was foolish to bring trouble to oneself in the real world because of what happened in the dream. It seemed a little heartless, but it was the helplessness of cultivation. He was not even allowed to say anything because it was against the rules of Dreamland. He could control the memories in his cerebral cortex, but others might not be able to do so. The only possibility was to create chaos, which was disadvantageous to others. He reached out and patted his fleshy part. "Don't wait for me tonight. I may or may not come back. Big sister, this is the most wonderful voyage of my life, because you're here." The Sea Widow watched him walk out of the cabin in a daze. She knew what he was going to do. This was the circle of origin power users. It was not a world that they could participate in. Lu Xiaoyi paced slowly and looked at the sea scenery around him. Looking at an illusion with his real eyes, it was a different feeling. It had to be said that in terms of the composition of the scenery, Lin Hu's dreamland was really vivid. Not only was there the seawater, there were also the clouds in the sky and underwater creatures. Who would have thought that this was just an illusion formed by spiritual power? Only those dead bodies did not become food for the fishes and shrimps when they were thrown into the sea. Instead, they disappeared without a trace in this illusory world. Be it cultivators from the main world or immortals from the upper realm, there was no difference. This was not something that a human's spiritual power could do. In the universe, the only thing that could do this was a spiritual body as majestic as spiritual astronomical phenomenon. He came to the back of the ship and pushed open the wooden door of the cargo hold. When he turned around, someone was smiling at him. "You're here." Lu Xiaoyi smiled in response. "I'm here." Mu Bei was full of anticipation. "Who am I?" Lu Xiaoyi shrugged. "I don't know." Mu Bei was puzzled. "But you should have already awakened. With your half-immortal strength, it's impossible that you don't know about the general trend of the universe and the changes in the Tao realm. I've told you so many stories, can't I give you a hint?" Lu Xiaoyi was indifferent. "Sorry, you're talking about someone else's story, not your own." Mu Bei's eyes turned cold. "I understand. You're keeping your mouth shut so you won't be tainted by karma?" Lu Xiaoyi was unmoved. "This has nothing to do with karma. I just feel that you have nothing to do with the 36 food tyrants in the sky. Since you have nothing to do with them, there's no need to tell you anything. If you must listen, then I'll say that you're one of the 3 herons. Do you like it?" Mu Bei let out a long sigh. He had worked hard for such a long time, but he did not expect this result. "Is it because of those women? Since you know that this is a dream, you also know that they won't die. They were just kicked out of the forest fox fantasy realm and didn't gain much of a mental strength boost. You know very well what kind of place the cultivation world is. If you want to obtain something, you must have the corresponding strength. They don't have this strength. If you push them up, you might end up harming them instead." Lu Xiaoyi did not care. "You're right. The cultivation world is indeed such a cold place, but there's one thing. What if I don't care about those so-called benefits? I'm more concerned about getting together, being happy, and being frank." Mu Bei snorted. "Junior, you have to be clear about your status. You're already a half-immortal. What kind of woman can't you find in the outside world? Do you have to like to do it in a dream? Do you know that if you find a woman here, once you wake up from the dream, there's only one result: horse racing?" Lu Xiaoyi's thoughts wandered. "I like horse racing. Because there's no need to take responsibility. To be honest, there aren't many opportunities like this in the origin world. Humans have to have some love, right? In the origin world, in front of others, you can only show those open and honest, magnanimous and selfless emotions. Those dirty and perverted thoughts can only be buried in your heart. The heavenly Tao is watching. It's not easy to have such an opportunity in the dream. Why can't I be impudent for once?" Chapter 2070. Mu Bei was somewhat speechless. After tens of thousands of years in the dream, the outside world had become so terrible. Perverts ran rampant. He knew the general character of this sea rabbit. He liked to joke, but he would definitely keep his word. If he wanted to expel those women, he would definitely not get any information from him. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to make some compromises. "I understand. Then I promise you that I won't do anything to them during this journey. As for how the forest fox fantasy realm will deal with so many successful people, it has nothing to do with me. Anyway, you, the biggest winner, don't care, so of course I don't care. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. You are not afraid that the forest fox fantasy realm will be dissatisfied with you? Mu Bei sneered. The fantasy realm is not my master. We are only master and servant, not master and servant. Disobeying orders once in a while is nothing. Then, can you answer my question? Lu Xiaoyi still shook his head. I am very grateful for your magnanimity, but I still have the same words. I don't know who you are, because I don't think you are one of the 36 food tyrants. You are more likely to be in existence like that fatty. The Immortal Lyceum is so big, how can I know everyone? Mu Bei understood. Sea Rabbit. I will call you that for the time being. Do you think that you have the ability to control yourself after fighting to a draw with me? Don't you understand that the reason why we have been fighting to a draw is because I am giving way? Without my connivance, there would be no future for you. Including everyone on the ship. Lu Xiaoyi's expression did not change. For some people, the fundamental reason they help others is actually to help themselves. I won't tell you who you are. I also won't tell you the news outside the dream realm. I feel that this place is very suitable for you, so why must you go out? It is very complicated and dangerous outside. You don't have a body, and there are so many enemies. Mu Bei slowly pulled out his sword. He did not want to say anything more. It was impossible for a half-immortal with a sound mind to listen to advice. There could only be two reasons why the sea rabbit did not speak. One was that he was afraid of being contaminated by karma, and the other was that Mu Bei's actions in the main world had caused too much trouble, so the sea rabbit did not dare to speak. But no matter what, he would use the sword to teach him the basic character of a sword user. The sword light clashed. They, who had fought dozens of times on the Great Rock, fought again. However, this time, they were displaying their true strength. It was not like before, when Mu Bei deliberately hid her strength and the sea rabbit's consciousness was not complete. There was no audience. Even if there was, no one would be able to understand their swordsmanship. That was no longer something that belonged to a human. It was something that only a true sword immortal could perform. Mu Bei was right. His true strength was far higher than what he usually showed. It was as if he was a completely different person. The sword had already become an art of killing. There were no moves. It was an uncanny workmanship. It was a stroke of genius. But what shocked him was that his opponent was still able to attack and defend with ease even when he was using all his strength. This kind of swordsmanship should not appear in the lower realm. This time, the two sides were truly fighting to the death. There was no other reason than the difference in their ideals. It was also the most irreconcilable contradiction. The two of them fought to the point where they were already one with their swords. It was impossible to distinguish them. Even the thick cabin walls could not stop the two of them. Under their full strength, they quickly fought from the cabin to the deck, the roof of the ship, the mast, any place that could be used as a foothold. Mu Bei's origin power was profound. It was above Lu Xiaoyi's. But his problem was that he did not have a complete soul. Lu Xiaoyi's origin power was at a disadvantage, but he was strong in that he had a complete consciousness. Whether the soul was complete or not, it had a huge impact on a person's battle strength. It was not something on paper. It was the sum of a lifetime of cultivation. No matter which part was lost, this person was incomplete. Maybe the strength was still there, maybe the techniques were still there, but they would never be able to perform creative things in a flash. That required the combination of a person's spirit, will, and talent. Mu Bei did not expect that the person he fancied would be so troublesome. If he had known, he would not have told him stories. Everyone on the ship was watching their death match. It was baffling, and no one knew the reason. Only the Sea Widow was speechless. The two of them finally fought to the main mast. They went all the way up and stood at the two ends of the mast's highest crossbar. This was a kind of instinct. Only rats would fight lower and lower. What cultivators always yearned for was the vast sky. Even if they could not fly now, they had to stand at the place closest to the sky. For ordinary people, not to mention fighting here, Just standing here and being swayed left and right by the waves was enough to make one's heart palpitate. But these two people did not care at all. Lu Xiaoyi was already used to it after several months. Mu Bei was not unfamiliar with it either. Mu Bei stood to one side. His body swayed along with the mast. Naturally, his feet seemed to be sucked onto the crossbar, like a roly-poly toy. Sea Rabbit, you are not willing to tell me who I am, but you should at least tell me who you are. You don't dare. Lu Xiaoyi was similarly stable. It was as if he had become a part of the mast. You don't need to provoke me, I won't fall for it. But even if you don't ask, I will tell you my name. Shenyuan Lu Xiaoyi, a small fry. I'm just a farmer who has just become self-sufficient. I can't compare with the roots of food tyrants like you. I don't want to be a food tyrant either. Well, I'll just be a market manager. Mu Bei muttered. Lu Xiaoyi? I've never heard of this name. The name is too petty. It won't amount to much. Shenyuan? This name sounds familiar, but I can't remember it clearly. I'll ask you one more time. Who am I? You don't have to answer anything else. If you satisfy my request, I'll jump into the sea and take the initiative to withdraw from this voyage. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. Otherwise what? Mu Bei's eyes turned cold. That fatty must have paid a huge price after entering the forest fox illusion to obtain the right to remain lucid and have the right to enter the dream cycle. But there is a premise. He cannot die here. Otherwise, all the conditions are in vain. For an immortal's avatar soul, it is not difficult to do this. This is his tragedy. What I want to tell you is that I have a similar exchange condition here. It's just that I only exchange the dream cycle for an endless cycle. I don't ask for a clear consciousness. Of course, there is a kind of power that cannot make me truly awake. I'm telling you all this because I want to tell you that if I die in this battle, you will become the next guest of the forest fox illusion. This is the rule of the illusion. It needs an existence that can help maintain the continuity of the illusion's story, so you have to consider it carefully, for your so-called reasons. Those women. Is it worth it to do this? Lu Xiaoyi let out a long sigh. That's why I said I don't know. Because you are not him. He won't do that. Even if he dies, the remnant soul floating in the universe is the proudest remnant soul. You are not. Chapter 2071. Once again, the two of them fought. As their swords flashed, even the sky seemed to have joined in the fun. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. A storm was coming. Of course, it was not like in the origin world, where the great cultivator's Tao realm could affect the changes in the weather. Here, they did not have such ability, but the weather was still so interesting. It could only mean that they were not satisfied with their performance. Outside, it was the heavenly Tao that had this kind of power. Here, it was Lin whose spiritual consciousness, after millions of years of existence, it was very sensitive to the process of the illusion within the weather. It also had the ability to repair itself and correct itself. Just like a human body, if there was something wrong with it, it did not need the main body's consciousness to give the order for the internal mechanism to be activated and deal with it automatically. This storm was both a warning and a possible punishment. It depended on whether the troublemaker knew how to behave. The battle did not end because of the weather's warning. As cultivators, the two of them were very clear about the hidden threat of the weather's changes. They were both lawless people who had the courage to go against the heavens. Thus, the hurricane came. The huge hull of the great rock was like a small paper boat in the middle of a child's play in the hurricane. Sometimes it was thrown high, sometimes it was plunged deep. It was completely unable to control its direction. Under the command of the Sea Widow, all the sails were lowered in order to deal with the hurricane that came from all directions and had no fixed direction. For ordinary people, this was all they could do. The only thing left was to find a fixed place and hold on to it tightly, leaving everything to the will of the heavens. They still did not understand that there was no will of the heavens here. The two instigators were still fighting, but this kind of battle seemed very laughable. Even if they were strong, they had no choice but to put most of their energy on how to not fall from the mast. This place was very close to the sky, but even closer to death. They could no longer stand, so naturally, they could not stand and fight. The two's strategy was very practical, and also very funny. They hung upside down on the main mast's crossbar, using their legs to wrap around the crossbar, just like two bats. Swinging back and forth, they used the reverberation of the wind to attack with their sword. This was the first time Lu Xiaoyi had encountered such a strange way of fighting. It was very novel and very special. Swinging the sword while hanging upside down had a high requirement for the sword wielder's spatial judgment, but for people like them who had spent most of their lives fighting in the void of the universe, it was really not a problem. But even if the two of them didn't care, the others and the boat might not be so indifferent. Seeing that the hurricane was blowing without any signs of stopping, Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, "Perhaps the spirit fox illusion isn't too happy? Looks like he won't stop until he tosses us into the ocean. This is a conflict between the two of us. There's no need to involve others. Why don't we go into the sea and have some fun?" Mu Bei had always thought that he was one of the craziest people in the cultivation world, but in this dream, he met someone even crazier than himself. "I have no interest in caring about those illusory characters. This is an illusion created by the illusion. Don't you think it's ridiculous to put your compassion in such an unreal scene?" Lu Xiaoyi retorted, "Saints say, don't do evil because it's small, don't do good because it's small. Lu Yiyun, don't think that dreams don't matter. Good and evil are ultimately determined by one's heart. You can do whatever you want in a dream. It's also the beginning of self-indulgence." Mu Bei scolded, "Stupid. Are you really a swordsman?" Lu Xiaoyi laughed out loud. "A real swordsman is the most unruly in the world. And also the most stupid. You don't understand, so I still say the same thing. You are not him. If you dare to act mysterious in front of me, I'll kill you. Also, when I fell from the bow to work, it was you who cut the rope, right? Between us, karma has been established. There's nothing to say." As they approached each other again, there was another violent clash of swords. However, when the wind changed direction and the two of them had no choice but to separate, Lu Xiaoyi swept out in a seemingly meaningless manner. The top of the main mast was broken off, and the two of them fell down like a kite with its string cut. Under the hurricane, the large boat shook violently. From the looks of it, it was impossible for them to land back on the boat. Mu Bei shouted angrily, "You lunatic!" The lunatic was still looking for an opportunity to attack while falling. He really didn't care. Ever since he woke up, he had been thinking about how to leave this dreamland. He never liked such an unreal scene. He didn't need to train his mind, nor did he need to train his mental state. A person who wanted to completely destroy the immortal court, what kind of mental state did he need to train? But he wouldn't let this mysterious guy go. Because he smelled some kind of conspiracy on him. In the battle with Fatty Immortal's consciousness, he had awakened his main body's consciousness. Who exactly Mu Bei was seemed to be very clear. But in this clarity, there were too many suspicious points hidden. Crow ancestor, did he need to leave such a way out for himself? If he really did that, was he still Crow ancestor? He couldn't be sure. There was no need to be sure. He only knew that even if this was really Crow ancestor's remnant thoughts, evil thoughts, obsession, no matter what it was, it would have a deep impact on the sword vein after leaving. It was completely impossible to predict the future changes. It would also disrupt his rhythm. You start, I'll finish, each doing their own job. This was his idea. No one could reach out and cross the line. So even if all this was true, he would kill him without hesitation. In his heart, there was no unconditional respect and worship for the so-called ancestor. He only worshipped his own beliefs. Of course, in this process, he didn't even have the last bit of psychological burden of you ancestor. This wasn't him. The real Crow ancestor wouldn't be like this. This kind of Crow ancestor didn't have the qualifications to go out and represent Shenyuan. Did his temperament gradually change in the long dreamland? Or was it a trap set by some big chef in the sky? He was more inclined to the latter. Just kill him. There was no need to think too much. The one who represented Shenyuan now was him, Lu Xiaoyi. This was his era. No one else had the right to interfere, not even Crow ancestor. At this moment, he finally understood what he was pursuing. Without the aura of dominance, you wouldn't be able to achieve great things. The main mast was broken and fell into the cold sea with 2 people. No one dared to let go. Letting go meant death. Mu Bei didn't want to die, but Lu Xiaoyi wanted to see him die first no matter what. In the hurricane, the Dopeng disappeared without a trace. They could no longer return to the ship. The vast sea was their battlefield. And Lu Xiaoyi was very sure that the hurricane wouldn't follow the rock. It would only follow the 2 of them. This was too exciting. Mu Bei woke up a little in the cold sea. He suddenly understood something. I'm not him. Why do you say I'm not him? Or are you familiar with him? I understand. You ancestor thing. After all this, I was actually involved. Chapter 2072. The hand-to-hand combat in the sea was even more bloody than on the mast. At this point, it was no longer a competition of sword skills, but willpower. At this point, whoever was more indifferent to life would have the advantage. There was no exchange of blows, only a bloody hole appeared when the sword was drawn. There was no blocking, it was a competition of life force and willpower. Lu Xiaoyi's sword stabbed deeply into Mu Bei's chest, but it was clamped and could not be pulled out. Mu Bei's sword was stuck in Lu Xiaoyi's abdomen, and was also clamped tightly. The 2 of them faced each other and began the last exchange of their lives. Mu Bei completely understood. After all this, at the last moment of his life, many things began to loosen. Sword Dao. That is my dream. At the end of the era, it is the time for Sword Dao to ascend to the innate Dao. All of this has been planned long ago. Not only is it my wish, it is also the wish of all swordsmen. It has also received the tacit approval of the many golden immortals in the sky. You are just a junior disciple. What right do you have to risk universal condemnation for the survival of the orthodoxy? If I am in trouble today, you can die 10,000 times. Lu Xiaoyi was unmoved. Bullshit. Crow ancestor even wants to bring morality to the human world. Will he allow Sword Dao to be high above? The sword is the spirit, unyielding, resistance, fearlessness. It should not become an innate Dao. If one day it becomes an innate Dao, what will this cultivation world become? If not fearing power becomes a law, a Dao, it will no longer have its original flavor, because it will become controllable, manipulable, able to be controlled. Will there be a future for a mind that can be controlled? That will be the true decline of Sword Dao. The sword, only in the human world can it live forever. Lu Xiaoyi said word by word, I don't care who you are. Do you have a trace of Crow ancestors' sword intent? Is there someone controlling you from behind? You must die today. Because I will not allow anyone to blaspheme the sword. Even if all the sword ancestors of Shen Yuan gathered together, including the great emperors and Crow ancestors, I will still kill them all. Sword Dao no longer belongs to anyone. Some orthodoxy. It should belong to all the living beings in the universe who do not fear violence, who are free and independent. Now, who do you think you are? Do you think you're the one who started the changing of eras? Bah, you're just a clown who's being manipulated by others. You think you're worthy? Mu Bei was in a daze. He suddenly realized that he was not as clear-headed as he had imagined. Was this a dream? A dream within a dream? Then, who was he? For a spiritual consciousness like his, once he began to doubt himself, because he didn't have a physical body to rely on, he would often collapse even faster. When Lu Xiaoyi was told the truth like this, he was just puzzled and didn't touch the root of the problem. But he couldn't do it. He had been in the dream for tens of thousands of years and had entered countless dreams. The belief that supported him was now on the verge of collapse. In his beliefs, there was a template for his own existence. He was one of the 36 food tyrants in the heavens. Over the past tens of thousands of years, he had constantly deepened his impression of them until he had completely replaced himself with one of them. But now, he was being told that he wasn't. He was not qualified. He was not worthy. He could not tolerate such humiliation and suspicion. It meant that he had wasted tens of thousands of years here, just for an unreal, imaginary goal. The collapse of his spirit made his body unable to hold on. When his will couldn't hold on, he no longer had the ruthlessness of a swordsman. He could no longer clamp down on Lu Xiaoyi's long sword. He allowed the long sword to slowly cut into his body, but he couldn't even think of resisting. Lu Xiaoyi's mouth didn't stop. Role-playing? Aren't you too immersed in the role? It's fine if you're just an ordinary food tyrant, but you insist on acting as the main character. What are you thinking? Before acting, you have to look in the mirror first. Whether you're beautiful or ugly, don't you have any idea in your heart? Some existences can never be replaced, some light can never be covered, some glory can never be erased. The distance between you and greatness, even if greatness has already become a legend, it can never be compared. Even if you join his orthodoxy and become his junior, you may not have the qualifications to do so. You dare to pretend to be a ghost here? Lu Xiaoyi could clearly feel that the other party was on the verge of collapse through the feeling of his sword. Hence, he increased the strength of his hand and shouted, "Why aren't you revealing yourself? Fight for leniency." With this shout, Mu Bei was once again facing death. The past could no longer be concealed, and instantly surfaced in his heart. The state was born from the heart. In the last moment of his life, he finally found himself, and finally understood who he was. Lu Xiaoyi's long sword pierced into the body. It was no longer a human body, but a xiangliu. In ancient times, there was a xiangliu with a 9-headed snake body and a human face. It sucked in mountains, and when it breathed, it formed a swamp. It was the top predator among the immemorial beasts. The seawater was originally the best place for an immemorial beast like him to recover. However, although this was the sea, it was simulated by the spirit fox's illusion. It didn't possess the true essence of the sea. Hence, the loss of life was slightly reduced, but it couldn't recover its foundation. But even so, facing such a xiangliu in the sea without its cultivation, it wasn't something that Lu Xiaoyi could contend against. Not to mention that the other party had 9 heads, just one of them was enough to make him suffer. He cursed his bad luck in his heart. How could he have guessed that such a thing would appear? But when this thing appeared, he roughly understood its origins. He still had to continue his scam. Otherwise, in the vast sea, an existence like him would simply be another's toy. Husband. You're just a xiangliu that's past its prime. You dare to swindle others with the slightest bit of understanding from the sword tablet. Do you know what this will bring to your xiangliu? What will it bring to the immemorial beasts? The husband's 9 heads swayed together. One of them held him in its mouth, while the other 8 gathered in front of him. A dozen pairs of vicious and cold snake eyes stared at him, and a fishy smell assailed his nostrils. I don't know what I'll bring to the immemorial beasts, but I know what I'll bring to you. Lu Xiaoyi felt a headache coming on. He reaped what he sowed. Why didn't he just kill him directly? Why did he have to talk so much nonsense and put himself in such a difficult situation? But he still refused to admit it. I've fulfilled my promise. I've told you who I am. The husband let out a sharp roar. In the forest fox illusion, the illusion was born from the heart. You could be whatever you wanted to be, and he would be whatever he thought he was. For tens of thousands of years, he thought that he was a human, and one of the greatest 36 food tyrants of mankind. Hence, even though he was in the forest fox illusion, he still felt proud, and hoped that one day, a king would return. But now, the swordsman had fulfilled his promise. But this kind of truth was too heavy for him to bear. You would never be able to understand the pain of a proud human discovering that he was actually a demonic beast. Even if he was an immemorial beast. Chapter 2073. Okay, I will fulfill my promise and send you out of the dreamland. But the process may be slower. I have 9 heads, and each head wants to be close to you. Her husband's words weren't wrong. Death was the best way to leave Linghu's dreamscape. However, there were many ways to die, including being chewed up bit by bit. Actually, both of them were not far from death. It was more seriously injured, but it would not be fully recovered just because it had turned into a xiangliu. The injuries it suffered when it was in human form would be reflected on the body of a Xiong Liu. But it was good at swimming, and it was more resistant to the cold sea. Lu Xiaoyi was the opposite. His injuries were lighter, but there was no way for him to survive in the sea. His force could not support him for long, and he would be buried at the bottom of the sea because of the stiffness of his body. You won't do that. I helped you to fulfill your wish, so I am your benefactor, and I am also a friend of the Xiong Liu family. At yuan %. #. Hubby was surprised to hear a language that he had not heard for a long time. It was a voice from the ancient times, a secret that only the purest Xiong Liu could understand. It would never be spread outside, unless it was a close friend of the Xiong Liu. What's going on? Are you also a Xiong Liu? Lu Xiaoyi laughed and scolded. Who is a Xiong Liu? I am not interested in pretending to be a Xiong Liu, but I am indeed a friend of the Xiong Liu family. In the past 20,000 years, too many stories have happened in the outside world. You have told me many stories. Are you interested in listening to one of mine? Hubby was speechless, but Lu Xiaoyi understood the struggle in the snake's heart from the loosening of its teeth. There is one thing that you probably don't know. In the current world of cultivation, there is no distinction between primordial sacred beasts and primordial fierce beasts. Now, they have returned to the ancient times before the space was divided, and they are called primordial beasts. Lu Xiaoyi used the simplest and clearest language to give it a general introduction about the changes of the ancient beasts during the changes of the universe. All of this made her husband speechless. The snakehead's teeth had already completely loosened, but Lu Xiaoyi hugged the snakehead and refused to let go. He did not want to swim in such cold water. I'm sorry. I only know that you're not who you think you are, but I don't know your true identity. He was very polite, but he didn't regret his behavior at all. This guy's impersonation might have an immeasurable impact on the sword vein. So even if he knew it was Xiangliu, he didn't let go of the sword hilt. The long sword was still in Xiong Liu's chest. This was his attitude. I'm sorry, but you have to die. Hubby no longer cared about what was happening in front of him. He wandered in the sea of his memories, those humiliation and unwillingness, those glory and dreams. Gradually, he began to accept the fact that he was an ancient beast. It also began to tell its last story. I am your husband. Since you know my name, you must have been to the Heaven's Choice Continent and the Sword Dao tablet. That was originally my plague tablet. Based on this point alone, Li Wuya is a robber. Lu Xiaoyi put on a fake smile. Well, the crow ancestor's personality is sometimes more carefree and unrestrained. In a short period of time, hubby quickly understood his situation. His tens of thousands of years of anticipation had gone up in smoke. No matter how you looked at it, once his secret was exposed, there would be no future for him at all. And here, the most he could do was to kill the swordsman, which was equivalent to driving him out of the illusion. This was meaningless. As for keeping the swordsman here forever, this was a threat. The one who could decide this was the forest fox illusion, not him. To the heavenly foxes, the reason why they treated him well for tens of thousands of years was only because of the person he was impersonating. Now that the truth was out, the forest fox illusion would definitely not stand on his side. Of course, they would side with the sword vein and this guy in front of him. This was a difficult choice. He wanted to impersonate his enemy. It was because of him that he lost his life and the plague tablet that he had painstakingly built. Just from this point alone, he and the sword vein could not live under the same sky. But now, he had to choose whether it was for his own personal grudge or for the Xiangliu clan. My tablet was stolen by Li Wuya, and I died in my plague tablet. Only a remnant of my soul was left behind, hidden in the deepest part of the tablet. Even now, I am still not sure if Li Wuya had discovered the existence of my remnant soul. Was he really careless? Or did he deliberately leave a tail behind so that he could borrow something from me? When I was hiding in the plague tablet, well, the sword Dao tablet, I inevitably came into contact with a lot of things about the way of the sword. Because of special reasons, I learned these things very quickly. But now that I think about it, it was just a theory on paper. After Li Wuya brought Dao down to the lower realm, my thoughts began to change unconsciously. I began to think that I was the real owner of the Sword Dao tablet, and gradually, I began to think that I was the remnant soul of that person after he took me down to the lower realm. How did such a change happen? To be able to make me forget my nature as a Xiangliu and believe that I was the remnant soul of a sword immortal, I could not figure it out at my current level. Now that I think about it, everything was under the control of someone else. At that time, I was at the peak of the half-immortal realm. To be able to control me so easily without revealing anything, it could only be an immortal. Either it was Li Wuya himself, or he was part of the arrangement behind the scenes, or it was his enemy, those golden immortals who were on the same level as him, or even Deluo golden immortals. Who was it? I don't know. After that, the arrangement was logical. I was voluntarily sent here, and inexplicably gained many swordsman's abilities. I never doubted my identity again. In the dream, it should be the last confirmation of my consciousness. There was only one purpose, and that was to wait until I got out of here. I was Li Wuya. From his husband's intermittent explanation, Lu Xiaoyi finally understood the whole story. He was more inclined to believe that after Crow Ancestor took him down to the lower realm, there was a golden immortal behind the scenes. This was a very deep plan. 20,000 years ago, the plan had been set, and the target was the change of the era 20,000 years later. Such a plan was not something that ordinary immortals or true immortals could do. However, there were still many things that could not be explained. For example, if the plan was to target the sword vein, would the forest fox illusion be the only place? Would it be only his husband? The key question was that it was indeed Crow Ancestors doing to release the heavenly fox to the lower realm. Then, why did he release such a race to the lower realm to cooperate with those people or forces who wanted to harm the sword vein? The secret of the cultivation world was that there was always another layer after peeling off one layer. There was no end to it. You thought you had figured it out, but in fact, there was a core in the flesh, a seed in the core, and a universe in the seed. Chapter 2074. What a wonderful dream, tens of thousands of years. Now that you know who you are and the changes in the outside world, do you have any other thoughts? Lu Xiaoyi said warmly. Hubby was disheartened. I don't have a body anymore. I can't go back to the ancient race. I thought that I could find a human body with the help of some people to establish my sword path, but now it's been exposed. The changes in the future universe, the changes in the epoch, just relying on a remnant soul like me won't be of any use. So, other than ending it, I don't seem to have any other choice. I can feel that the spirit fox seems to have realized something. It won't tolerate me hiding here anymore. My current situation is that I have nowhere to run. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. I can feel it. The storm has stopped, and there are no clouds in the sky. This is also the spirit fox's attitude. Even though it can't speak, nothing that happens here can escape its attention. Hubby's 9 heads shook together, filled with helplessness. Don't think that you will hate the world after living for a long time. In fact, the longer you live, the more afraid you are of death. The more unwilling you are. The human world is too complicated. It's so complicated that I, a peak Xiangliu, have been deceived for tens of thousands of years and still don't know who is deceiving me. What is their goal? If I continue to be a pawn of the humans, I might as well end it. At least it won't cause any harm to my race. Lu Xiaoyi said softly, I can help you with this. Hubby stared at him. Swordsman, don't you have any compassion? To you, is a dead enemy not the best enemy? Only an enemy that you tear into pieces with your own hands is the best enemy. You doubt everything. Even now, you still doubt me. You don't even want to give me a decent way to leave. Li Wuya was like this 20,000 years ago, and now you are still like this. I can leave in an undignified way. But you will also have to pay the price of leaving in an undignified way. Is this what you want? To be chewed into pieces and swallowed into my stomach bit by bit, and then excreted as feces. Do you like this? If you really like it, I will be very happy to let you see the process with your own eyes. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Do you know my nickname in the main world? Shit Stirrer. No one could surpass him. You don't have to be so agitated. Since he was going to walk either way, why should he care about the method? What was the difference between respectability and indecency? No one here will see you, and your name will never be written in the biography. They will only write about me, and you are just an inconspicuous supporting character, a green leaf, a background board, just to set off my existence. Her husband was so angry that all 9 of his heads were trembling. The last time he heard someone say something like that was in his own plague tablet. Well, he had also heard it in the Shuyu tablet. At least Li Wuya knew how to use some nice words to hide his true intentions. But now, his disciples and grand-disciples didn't even try to make him feel better. They were just mocking and ridiculing him without leaving any room for him. It didn't want to think about what would happen in the future. Since it had a grudge with the sword vein back in Li Wuya's era, it was time for it to vent its anger. Its 9 heads bit down on this foul-mouthed thing, but it suddenly realized that its strength was gone. Its sharp teeth that could chew through steel and stone no longer had the power it used to have. It couldn't even bite through a mere human. When a cultivator entered an illusion, their force level was determined by their strength. However, there was a range of flexibility here. Just like the millions of years of tradition in the cultivation world, it could always be controlled to a certain extent. Her husband had always benefited from the spirit fox's illusion, but now, the situation was different. Her injuries were worsening very quickly. Firstly, the swordsman had never given up on her sword. Secondly, the swordsman had completely given up on her in the spirit fox's illusion. If she couldn't bite him to death, she would drag him into the water, freeze him to death, crush him to death, suffocate him to death. Even if that was meaningless, she would only be sending him out of the country. However, she didn't have time to think about that now. She only wanted to vent her anger in front of her. In the sea, Lu Xiaoyi didn't have any room to struggle. He could only move the sword in his hand and seriously cut off each of her husband's heads, crushing its brain juice. He didn't want to leave behind any hidden injuries. If it was in the main world, this would just be a matter of using her transcendence energy. However, in this dream world, she needed to control it manually. As she stirred, she apologized. "I'm sorry, I hurt you. Why do you Xionglu clan people have 9 heads? You're all going to die and suffer the same pain, but you have to suffer 8 times more than other immemorial beasts. Why bother?" Hubby whimpered. He had already been completely defeated by this human swordsman. Just like 20,000 years ago, death was a small matter, but the endless pain, the torture on his soul, and the blow to his will were what made him break down the most. He regretted it very much. Why did he have to pretend to be the sword vein of all people? Woo, did I do wrong? It's been 10,000 years, I didn't do anything wrong. I only wanted to improve, for the glory of the Xiangliu, the immemorial beast. Humans should have the heart to improve, but we immemorial beasts shouldn't. If there was sunlight in the immortal court, I just wanted to get closer to it. Even Li Wuya of the sword vein said, "So what if the sky is high? If you tiptoe, you'll be closer to the sunlight." Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "He's lying to you." "I think you've drunk too much poisonous chicken soup, and it's getting to your head. Since we've sparred on the way here, let me tell you how to get closer to the sunlight." The sword cut into her husband's head at the last moment, and she said word by word, "If you want to get closer to the sunlight, you won't be able to do it even if you tiptoe for the rest of your life. There's only one way, and that's to shoot the sun down." Her husband's consciousness was dissipating. It suddenly felt that this swordsman's words made sense. Didn't Li Wuya do the same? Pulling the great Tao into the mortal world, so that more cultivators could come in contact with it. But, could the swordsman's words be trusted? Previously, Li Wuya said that it was poisonous chicken soup, but now, Lu Xiaoyi said that it was bitter medicine? Not necessarily, right? It was more likely that it was another trap. It seemed like it would die faster. It was about to die, so why was he lying to it? Her husband fell into a state of confusion in the endless darkness. This time, it was really hopeless. Not only because the swordsman was serious about cutting it, but also because in the spirit fox's illusory realm, when the illusory realm no longer treated it courteously and treated it as a deceiver, how could there be any spiritual energy that could escape? Lu Xiaoyi was pulled into the deep sea. Death was right in front of him, but a mocking smile appeared on his face. Finally, when he cut the snake's head at the last moment, he felt a force that was different from before. It was extremely weak, but very obvious. It was a gust of qi surrounded by a five-colored light. If he guessed correctly, the qi should be an evil intent. The five-colored light was the power of the five element. There was a clue as to who was secretly manipulating the immortal court. Chapter 2075. P.S. This month's monthly ticket is a bit low. It's floating around the top 100. Sloth would like to present a gift to everyone here. I'll give you a ticket, lingering fragrance in hand. The monthly ticket is very important to the author. It's not something that can be done without. Thank you. This was Lu Xiaoyi's ultimate goal. He wanted to peel off this layer of fog as thoroughly as possible. In the future, he might not be able to figure out who his friends were, but he had to figure out who his enemies were. This was very important. What the husband said might be true, but the truth of its death was based on incomplete knowledge. In fact, until its death, it had not figured out what it was. Lu Xiaoyi's suspicion was judged from its swordsmanship ability. To be able to fight on par with him, was that an ability that could be obtained just by comprehending the sword Dao Stele? Was it something that could be learned by sitting cross-legged and invading with one's mind? Dream on. The path of cultivation was inseparable from a long time of personal experience. Especially the swordsmanship, the changes that could only be comprehended between life and death were definitely not something that the husband could learn in a few thousand years in the sword Dao Stele. Even if it took tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years, it would still be useless. Therefore, its guess was actually right. An existence like him was related to the crow ancestor. What was the connection? Under normal circumstances, everyone would think that it was the itinerant immortal's obsession to escape. This was indeed a way, but Lu Xiaoyi did not believe it. The crow ancestor seemed to be reckless, but he was actually a scheming person. How could he leave such a big loophole when he entered the realm? If one carefully recalled the crow ancestor's autobiography, one should know that there was a period of time after the evil corpse was cut out. There should be a powerful golden immortal who did something to it. The purpose might be to suppress the crow ancestor in the future. However, the crow ancestor became an immortal very quickly, and died even faster. The conspirator behind the scenes did not have time to carry out his plan, therefore, it became the backup plan now. This was the only way that could be explained. This was a conjecture. The concrete evidence for what happened 20,000 years ago was nowhere to be found. Other than the mighty gold immortals, there were no living witnesses. There were only one or two muddle-headed people like her husband who did not know who they were until they died. Lu Xiaoyi could not tell it who it was, because it had become a freak formed by various thoughts, including Xiong Liu's, crow ancestors' evil thoughts, and even golden immortals. It was because of the crow ancestors' evil thoughts that it could reach the level of swordsmanship equal to Lu Xiaoyi. There was no need to tell her husband about this. The pitiful primordial beast had been toyed with by the various powers until it had a split personality. Recalling everything that had happened to him in the Dreamlands, he made sure that he had not missed out on anything and waited patiently for death to come. In the winter ocean, a mortal with only origin power would be pulled hundreds of meters below the surface of the sea. The time left for him would only be counted in breaths. Was he going to suffocate to death? Or would he freeze to death? This was a problem. Then, Lu Xiaoyi suddenly realized that he had been thinking too much. He had thought about the cause and effect of everything under the water, but he did not feel the shadow of death at all. It seemed like he could still breathe freely. The water temperature was not too cold. It was as if he had transformed into a deep-sea fish, swimming freely in the environment he was most familiar with. He sighed, knowing that he would not die. The environment here was not the real environment. If Lin, whose Dreamlands did not want him to die, he would definitely not die. Such a so-called test was too boring. The chiseled marks were obvious. He was almost certain that when he floated to the surface, the rock must be nearby. He wanted to die and get out of the dreamlands, but the dreamlands obviously valued his identity. Needless to say, this was the legacy of the crow ancestor, but it did not care whether he was willing or not. He could not stay in the water all the time, right? This environment was too fake. Previously, there were countless sea monsters, but now, not a single one could be seen. Occasionally, they would pass by one or two big fish, and the fish's face would be full of smiles. Can you imagine an octopus trying to squeeze out a smile by twisting its face muscles? It was horrifying. Lu Xiaoyi did not have the habit of killing himself. This was his principle. Therefore, when he floated to the surface, he saw the rock was not far away from him. When he heard the cheers on the ship, he was unwillingly scooped up, as if he was scooping up a rare and precious mermaid. The rock's journey sped up, so the danger was far away from them. The sky was always clear, the wind was always strong, and the sea was like a mirror. Lu Xiaoyi continued to be a master, lying on the top of the ship all day long, basking in the sun. He did not slack off either. With the help of the wind, he carefully studied his own spiritual memory, trying to find out why his memory defense system did not work when he entered the dreamlands. Spiritual consciousness would be a very important aspect in the future battles of Almighties. How to maintain a clear state of mind at all times and not be affected by the external environment and illusions was a very important topic. Not only were illusions set up by humans, but also by spiritual astronomical phenomena. The various Tao realms and Buddhist kingdoms all belonged to this category. There were countless special techniques in the cultivation world, and the application of spiritual consciousness had reached an unimaginable level. Staying awake was the only guarantee for him to go far. He had been thinking, what was the purpose of coming to the spirit fox path? Previously, it was because he wanted to erase some of the negative elements that might be left behind by the crow ancestor, which might be detrimental to the development of the sword vein in the future. But now, it seemed that the water was still very deep. What he considered was only a part of it, far from the whole. The crow ancestor's actions toward the heavenly fox clan might have a deeper meaning. Mixed together with the will of the existing golden immortal, it was very confusing. Mu Bei, husband, this is just the beginning, far from the end. So, what was the crow ancestor's intention? Was it a personal plan? Or was it a long-term plan for the sword vein? Was the Heavenly Fox clan a supporting role here? Or was it one of the protagonists? What was the purpose of the other golden immortals intervening? The key was, if he wanted to go on in his own way, did he need to wade into this muddy water? Or, did he have the leeway to retreat before he got wet? He felt that it was impossible for him to ignore everything that was happening here. The more he learned about the world of cultivation, the more he felt that the crow ancestor was farsighted. Moreover, the rise of the sword range in the future would never be able to avoid the crow ancestor. This was not something that he could ignore just because he said he did not care. He could only take one step at a time. In Lu Xiaoyi's imagination, this wonderful journey finally came to an end. In the distance, a long coastline appeared in sight, dense and hazy, like the immortal world. The rock sailed straight ahead, and the deck of the ship was filled with cheering crowds, as if this was not a continent, but a new and bright future. Chapter 2076. P.S. This month's monthly ticket is a little low. It's floating around the top 100. Sloth would like to present a gift to everyone here. I'll give you a ticket, lingering fragrance in hand. Monthly ticket is very important to the author. It's not something that can be done without. Thank you. The big ship cut through the waves and broke into the dense fog. Lu Xiaoyi felt his whole body tremble. It was as if a layer of sea wave brushed past the memory in his mind, washing away all abnormalities. Under the protection of his conscious self-memory, this layer of sea wave had no effect on him. However, he knew that others would completely forget everything in the dream and regain their original memories in this layer of sea wave. This process had shown him the greatest secret of the spirit fox's astronomical changes and the ability to pull people into a dream. With this experience, he would no longer be so easily fooled by others. This was the most practical reward he had gained from this trip to the dream realm. Looking around, there was no one. This was the Spirit Fox secluded path, a vast astronomical phenomenon. He didn't know where the other few Force users had gone after waking up. He couldn't find them in this space, and he shouldn't find them either. It turned out that following a dream, after waking up, no one knew. He felt melancholy and the dream ended at the racecourse. Wenji had told him that after entering the Spirit Fox secluded path, he would naturally have the opportunity to know the way to the path of sorrows. The old man didn't lie to him. Once he came out, he immediately knew where he should go. There was no reason, it was just a kind of intuition. He flashed and escaped as fast as flowing light. He felt his state of mind become clearer. This was the sudden enlightenment after gradually unveiling the mysterious veil of the immortal court. Every stage of a cultivator's cultivation had different potential requirements. Foundation establishment looked at the spirit root, core formation looked at the temperament, nascent soul looked at the spirit, and monarch realm looked at the Tao realm. Then, what did one need to look at the level of half-immortal? There were different opinions. Lu Xiaoyi now realized that one needed to look at the general trend. It wasn't the trend of a person, sect, or orthodoxy, but the trend of the universe's great Tao. If one didn't know where the universe would go, if one didn't know the great Tao would grow and disappear, then how would one become an immortal? Cultivate to become a foolish immortal who doesn't care about the outside world. The changes of the universe, the changes of the epochs, the structure of the immortal court, the clearer these things were, the clearer the goal of the cultivators would be. At this point, one could no longer afford to take the wrong path. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps, and there would be no chance to start all over again. It also included his own position in the entire cultivation world. In this turbulent era, this was especially important. As he pondered, he reflected on his past. In recent years, he had frequently reflected on his past. He was afraid that if he made a mistake, he would never be able to go back. Deep down, he was envious of the Crow ancestors' era. He could do whatever he wanted without so many restrictions. Furthermore, destruction was always easier than rebuilding. His figure became blurry as he swayed and became fainter and fainter. He realized that this so-called warreless path was actually similar to the inner and outer scenic sky. No matter where you were in the universe, as long as you could sense it, you would definitely arrive at that place very quickly. However, this place was not determined by one's realm. Even if one became a half-immortal, one would not be able to see this place, unless one had some relationship with the Heavenly Fox clan. What would he encounter? What was the temperament of those beautiful Heavenly Foxes? He only had one request, and that was to not come to the dreamland again. That was really depressing. Could it be real guns and bullets, and not just a dream ride? This was a magnificent world. The whole world seemed to be in a long and narrow corridor. The corridor's four walls were colorful and overflowing with flowing light. This was the warreless path, which was an artistic expression of the cultivation world. If one only looked at the nature of the universe's astronomical phenomena, this was a huge gray hole. Therefore, the main world could not see it. There were 4 holes in the universe: black hole, white hole, wormhole, and gray hole. Black hole, it was formed by the collapse of a star. When a star's radius was compressed to a certain extent, it could absorb matter and even perpendicular light. Then, it would turn into a black hole. It had the characteristic of absorbing all matter. It could contain any matter. At the same time, there was a mysterious celestial body with the opposite property of a black hole. This celestial body could not contain any matter. It could only constantly eject matter. Because of the opposite property of a black hole, it was called a white hole. As the name implied, a white hole and a black hole had an inverse relationship. Their characteristics were opposite. One was absorbing and the other was spitting. There was a relationship between a black hole and a white hole. Therefore, no matter what, there would be a certain channel connecting the two, and a wormhole was such a channel. In other words, a wormhole was a channel connecting a black hole and a white hole. This was not a boring preaching or illusory imagination. In fact, The most famous black hole and white hole in the universe were the inside-outside sky. They were transformed by powerful people and became the headquarters of half-immortals. This was the combination of astronomical phenomena and cultivation. There was no contradiction between them. A grey hole was the result of a star failing to transform into a black hole. In the process of transforming from a star to a black hole, if the star's radius was not compressed to the extent of a black hole, it would form a grey hole. A grey hole had some characteristics of a black hole and a white hole. It could absorb and spit out, but it was not as extreme as a black hole. It was a half-finished product, but it could not be said to be a defective product. Because in the long river of time, it could also eventually become a black hole. Of course, this time could only be measured by the change of era. No one knew what kind of hole it would eventually become. Black hole, white hole, or a new, messy hole of some sort. The Road of Sorrows was such a place. Using words to describe it, it seemed to be more superior and more suitable for cultivation. This was the tradition of the cultivation world. They did not like to use nature to name things, because this would make cultivation cheap. The Heavenly Fox clan was sent to such a place. You could not say that it was not in the main world, but there were some rules for entering and exiting this place. They controlled the number and also limited the frequency. Relatively speaking, there were no restrictions for outsiders. In any case, this place was stricter than the main world, but more relaxed than the inside-outside sky. There were no special immortals to manage it, and there were no half-immortals coming in and out. The pressure of survival was much less. After 20,000 years, this place had become the paradise of the Heavenly Fox clan. Whether it was real or fake, it looked very happy. Occasionally, there were human cultivators who came here. Basically, they were at least supremes. Those below supremes were limited by their cultivation level, so they could not see a space wonder like the grey hole. But in recent years, there were especially many cultivators coming to the Road of Sorrows. Most of them were half-immortals. On the eve of the change of era, this was a very normal and abnormal thing. But for the Heavenly Fox clan, it was somewhat annoying. In essence, the Heavenly Fox was a species that did not like to interact with humans. This could be seen from how they liked to use illusions to test humans. They would rather get to know each other in illusions than interact with each other in reality. This was not only a habit, but also a kind of protection for themselves. But no kind of protection was omnipotent. Chapter 2077. Recently, the Celestial Fox clan had encountered some trouble on the Worreless Road. It took them a long time to figure out the whole story. Because of the appearance of the heart plate in the exterior realm, the Great Way's Essence realm became a commodity that could be exchanged. As a result, it set off a bloody storm in the cultivation world of the main world. Storing the fragments of the Great Tao was not an exception in the cultivation world. There were very few humans, demonic beasts, and spiritual treasures that had this ability. However, they could only store the fragments that were flying freely in the universe. For them, there were very few opportunities to use this special ability because they could not touch it at all, so there was no way to store it. The heart plate was different. This method did not require the cultivator to have special ability. With the heart plate in hand, the cultivator could purposefully and selectively find the lucky ones who had obtained the fragments of the Great Tao. Then, they could refine the fragments and keep them for themselves or resell them. The conditions for trading were met. The source of the goods was clear, the buyers were enthusiastic, and it was convenient to carry around. In the exterior realm, this kind of behavior was explicitly prohibited. This was the righteous right of cultivation on the level of righteousness. Just like in the mortal world, anything that was officially prohibited would be spread among the people in private. It was for the sake of smuggling, which was highly profitable and profitable. Why was it related to the Celestial Fox clan? This was the news from the exterior. Back then, the enforcers of the interior realm had completed their task, but they didn't have the time. Furthermore, it was impossible for them to conduct a thorough investigation in the exterior realm. The follow-up investigation could only be done within the exterior realm. This was the way to get along with each other in the exterior realm. How did they dig it? Who dug it? There was no way to investigate in detail. Later, there was news that the secret of making the heart plate was related to the celestial fox clan in the forest fox path. This was not groundless because it was unlikely that the immortal court directly passed down the method of making the heart plate. No immortal dared to risk universal condemnation. In the exterior, when it came to manipulating people, the celestial fox was second to none. At least in terms of technology, this statement was true. Whether in the mortal world or in the immortal world, there was a common characteristic. It was always easy to find evidence for a crime. When one suspected a person or a race, one would always be able to find all sorts of clues to support one's thoughts. If they did not suspect the heavenly foxes, but other people, they would also be able to find all sorts of abnormalities. In the cultivation world, all cultivators were abnormal. If it was not unusual, one would not be able to reach such heights without secrets. Therefore, the heavenly fox clan was placed under the spotlight. Everyone cast their eyes on them and dug deeper into the past tens of thousands of years. Under such nitpicking, even a saint would have a lot of problems picked out, let alone the mysterious heavenly fox clan. Who was manipulating him? What was the deeper reason? No one knew. But so far, the conflict was mainly in the heart. As for which direction it would turn in the future, only the heavens knew. Just like now, more than 10 half-immortals from the inner and outer scenic sky had gathered here, and they were asking the heavenly fox clan to hand over the core theory of making the heart plate. They were doing this in the name of researching a corresponding method to restrain the heart plate. However, what they were actually thinking, and what they would do with this method after obtaining it, was another matter altogether. In the beginning, only a few human half-immortals came to cause trouble, but the heavenly foxes ignored them and treated them coldly. However, slowly, more and more human half-immortals came, to the point where they outnumbered their masters. This was not something that could be avoided by treating them coldly. The pressure was increasing. The space in the path of sorrows was huge, especially its length. It gave people an unfathomable feeling. Of course, the heavenly fox clan could not occupy the entire path of sorrows. Firstly, they did not have such strength, and secondly, they did not have such manpower. They could only take a section and build their own nest and base. Of course, they were not digging holes. That was the method of ordinary foxes. To the heavenly foxes, their defensive method was the illusion. This was the case in the main world, in the outer scenic sky, and also in the path of sorrows. This was what they were best at. No matter where they were, they would call the place where their illusion was spread out the forest fox path. Therefore, in this world, there were actually 3 forest fox paths. The oldest one was the true forest fox path, which was a natural spiritual celestial phenomenon. The forest fox path where the exterior heavenly fox tower was empty and only a few heavenly foxes were left. The last one was here, which was the current headquarters of the heavenly fox clan. In their hometown, the forest fox path was a natural spiritual celestial phenomenon. It was not very dangerous. But here, the power of the illusion might not be enough. However, the danger lay in the fact that there were many high-level heavenly foxes. The illusion here was controllable. Of course, it was very dangerous. No one was willing to break into the illusion of a large number of heavenly foxes. The half-immortal cultivators who came to ask for an explanation were like this. They only gathered outside the forest fox illusion and threatened from afar. They did not come close. Chapter 2078. The girl rushed into the forest fox's illusion. It was as if she had entered an uninhabited place, and it did not have any effect on her. Soon, she passed through the illusion. In front of her was a large number of pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, just like a fairyland on earth. The heavenly foxes never mistreated themselves in terms of living conditions. They were a race that paid great attention to spiritual enjoyment. This was also a major characteristic of cultivation creatures that were good at using spiritual power. You could not expect a population that spent all day in swamps and smelly drains to have any spiritual imagination. Between the pavilions, there were large patches of flowers and trees. For most of the monsters, they did not have such leisure time. This was a kind of spiritual sublimation, and it was also a place where the heavenly foxes were completely different from other monster races. Nature was harmonious. The heavenly foxes ran this place as their home, but unlike other cultivation creatures, they only treated this place as a station, a nourishment pond, or a huge coffin. Whatever attitude you use to treat your environment, the environment will treat you accordingly. In this regard, humans are even worse than foxes. Unfortunately, this characteristic made the monsters regard them as a different species, and humans were even more wary of them. In such an environment, foxes were not allowed to fly casually. To be honest, they were very similar to humans in this regard. The girl could only walk around in the winding corridors. Although it might take some time, it could restore her state of mind to calm. The Celestial Fox Clan had strict requirements for their state of mind. Otherwise, they would not be able to play with illusions. They put a lot of effort into every aspect of their life and cultivation. This was also the reason why they were unique. Jen Niang is back. Hello, Aunt Jen. From time to time, foxes of all sizes waved to her. Some were in human form, and some were in their original bodies. Some could speak human language, and some could only babble. The heavenly foxes were a large family, and they had a harmonious relationship with each other. This was also the fundamental reason why they could still occupy a place in the cultivation world of the universe despite their small numbers. In this world of self-cultivation, some ancient sacred beasts had a very high status. Just from the moment they were born, they were fundamentally different from humans. For example, immemorial beasts like the dragon tribe and Ju Ying were born in the Yuanying realm. For example, the heavenly fox clan belonged to a very special group of demonic beasts. In terms of bloodline, they were far inferior to the ancient sacred beasts. In terms of rarity and uniqueness, they were also inferior to the strange beasts. However, this group had obtained a very special status through other means. Intellect, natural masters of illusions, masters of manipulating people's minds, and a long lifespan, all of these factors made the heavenly fox clan stand out from the rest of the demonic beasts. After their cubs were born, they would only build the foundation once, and then climb up little by little in their long lives. Perhaps their starting point was a little low, but they had the growth that all beasts envied. This was the most crucial factor of all the elements of cultivation. When the heavenly fox clan was born, they were in the foundation establishment realm. At that time, they were in their normal form. They only had 2 tails and 1 extra tail to show the difference between them and ordinary foxes. After that, Jin Dan had 3 tails, Yuanying had 4 tails, and Jinjuan had 5 tails. After entering the same level as humans, they were divided into 6, 7, and 8 tails according to their spiritual level. Among them, the elders with 6 tails were about the level of humans who had just entered the Yuanying realm. For example, Jen Niang was at the peak of 5 tails, the level of human young spirit. In the main world, this was already very amazing. However, in this chaotic era, even with her cultivation, she had to be careful when she walked in the universe. She didn't dare to cross the line. She was born at the wrong time, but also at the right time. Let's see how you can continue. Along the way, the girl's heart gradually calmed down. She was no longer in a hurry. This was the beauty of the layout of these gardens. It could let her get rid of those annoying things, embarrassing things that she couldn't recall, and difficult dreams. She came to a flower bed full of flowers. In the middle of the flower bed was a simple wooden house. This was the place where the current supreme leader of the heavenly fox clan, Granny Chi, cultivated. Turning into the flower bed, a woman in plain clothes with a green cloth wrapped around her head was tending to the flowers and plants. Just looking at her from the back, she gave people endless fanciful thoughts. Aunt Chi, Xiaosu is back. The woman turned around and smiled. The countless flowers in the flower bed suddenly lost their color. She was peerless and extremely beautiful. Coupled with the illusion, she was the unparalleled weapon of the Heavenly Fox clan. Xiaosu, you're a few years later than planned. How is it? Nothing has changed in your hometown, right? Xiaosu wasn't restrained. In the Heavenly Fox clan, everyone was family. She had grown up with Aunt Chi since she was young, so of course, she wouldn't be estranged. Thus, she squatted down, loosened the soil and cultivated the grass with Aunt Chi, and said softly, I should have come back long ago, but Aunt Chi, you also know that the human cultivators in the outside world are very restless now. There are constantly cultivators coming and going from Linhu's hometown. It's almost turned into a big market,